is an elected member. Omar Farouk is a public member. Amber Fournier is an elected member. Peggy Judge is a public member. Elsa Lee is an optician, is an elected member. Samir Mohera is. Omar Farouk is a public member. Amber Fournier is an elected member. Peggy Judge is a public member. What's going on there?
I think somebody's watching the YouTube broadcast and needs to mute themselves.
Okay. And we have Mike Smart, elected member. Dorina Rees, elected member. Derek Summers, elected member. Henry Wiersma, public member. Paul Wilk, public member. Our facilitator today is Sarah Butson. And from administration, we have Fazal Khan, the registrar and CEO of the college. Amy Stein, deputy registrar and counsel to the college. We have Fiza Assad, she's our accounting and human resources specialist. And Carolyn Robertson is manager of communications in the executive office. Welcome, everyone. We'll do our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional lands of the Anishbeg people. The Anishbeg include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as Three Fires Confederation. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. I come from Irish ancestry, and my parents were born here, and they were Irish and English. I will endeavor to carry myself with gratitude and humility as I work, learn, and live in this area. Welcome, everyone. And just want to say for the registrants joining us, they can use this session as self-directed CE hours. And I'm now going to hand the meeting over to our facilitator, Sarah Butson.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Stephen. So just a reminder for folks to get on the speakers list today, we encourage you to use your virtual hand, which will bump you up in the list. We will be going through a few different participatory methods, including consensus seeking. So when we do that, really we'll ask for a show of hands. 5 means you love it, 1 means you hate it, and a 4, anything over a 4 means you can live with it. So that's really where we've reached consensus. We'll also have a number of motions throughout the day once we've found consensus. And when we have that, we will ask for someone to first, second, and then we will look for all in favor as well as dissenters of that motion. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Stephen to move on to the conflict of interest declaration.
Thanks, Sarah. Does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare? Not seeing any. Then we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda today that anyone would like to make?
Fazal?
I can just suggest item 18.0 be moved to the end of the agenda on Tuesday so we can just couple it with other like items.
Okay, thank you, Fazal.
All right. And would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda as printed? Henry? Seconder? Kevin? All in favor? Anyone against? Carried. Now we'll move on to the approval of the minutes of the October 3rd, 2022 minutes. Does anyone have any amendments to the minutes?
And Fazal, that's a legacy hand. Okay, not seeing any.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes as printed?
Omar.
Omar, second. Henry?
Amber? No.
See, okay, either Henry, Amber, whoever. All in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing any. Okay, then we will move on to the item 5.0, the approval of the appointed members. And just wanted to just state that in November, the screening committee conducted interviews for the appointed members who will play an important role in the college's committees this year. The board has decided to appoint the following individuals: Janice Mallet, Stephanie Kelly, Jay Butt, Robert Quinn, and Angela Brown. In a moment, I'll be calling for a motion to make these appointments official, but I would first like to thank everyone who has applied and encourage anyone interested to reapply in the future. For those that have been appointed, please tune in later on today or shortly after 2 o'clock to find out which committees you have been assigned for 2023. And I would like to call a motion to approve Janice Mallet, Stephanie Kelly, Jay Batt, Robert Quinn, Angela Brown as appointed committee members. We have a mover. Kevin, seconder.
See Peggy?
Peggy, all in favor? Anyone against? Carried.
I'd like to abstain.
Okay, Derek's noted for the record that Derek's abstaining.
Same here, Samir. I'll abstain for that.
Okay, Samir, anyone else abstaining?
Amber.
Amber, thank you, Amber.
Can we just note for the record that the reason for the abstentions was that due to a conflict of interest?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, now I take it, are we at our break time yet?
We are at our break time. So we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. We'll just remind folks to mute yourselves and turn your video off during the break. And we will see you back in about 15 minutes time. We'll put up a timer as well to remind folks.
Thanks.
They're on break. Hi, Steve. You're muted, but
Hi, Mike. How are you?
not too bad. Sorry, I don't know what happened. I don't know what. I just went amok. I got cut off or something, so I just got back in.
Ah,
I missed whatever happened.
oh. Angela Brown, what's the other person?
Sorry, guys, we're just broadcasting, so
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
2 more minutes.
Okay.
And we'll be just resuming the meeting in a second.
Okay. Thanks, Amy.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll just give folks a second to rejoin and put their cameras on. Most folks back. Good. Hopefully folks had a chance to refresh your coffees. And I think that is pretty much everyone at this stage. So with that, we are going to get started with the executive elections. And so I will pass on to Amy Stein, the Deputy Registrar, who will talk to us a little bit about the process before we start. Amy?
Thanks, Sarah. So the executive election process is set out in Article 10 of the Article 9 of the college's bylaws. And according to that process, the meeting for the purpose of an election must be chaired by a neutral party. So for serving us for that role today is going to be Sarah, our neutral meeting chair. Now, each candidate is going to be nominated and seconded, and then any elections that we conduct are going to be by secret ballot. So as you're hopefully all aware, under the bylaws, people who are interested in running for a position on the executive committee must put in an expression of interest in writing at least 14 days before the meeting to be eligible for nomination. So in this case, this year, we received 4 expressions of interest for the 5 positions on the executive committee. So we're going to take you through the nomination process for each one of those 4 positions. And then all that will remain will be to address the 5th position on the executive committee. And under the bylaws, if there is no one eligible for nomination for a position because they have not put in an expression of interest, the board may then accept nominations from the floor. So that means that any other eligible person can be put forward for nomination at that time. So the way that it's going to work with these first 4 positions is that we're going to go through them one at a time in the order that the bylaws provide. So the first position will be chair, followed by vice chair, and then the 3 remaining positions on the executive based on the requirement that 3 positions on the executive be held by elected board members, so opticians, and that 2 positions be held by public board members, so non-opticians. Sarah is going to ask for nominations for each one of those positions and a seconder, and if that person accepts the nomination, they will be acclaimed. When we get to the 5th position, we will turn it over to Sarah, who will ask that the board open the floor for nominations at that time. Are there any questions before I turn it back over to Sarah?
Questions on the process? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you, Amy, for that. So with that, we will go ahead then with the elections. We're going to begin with the election of the chair. So only one person submitted an expression of interest for the chair position, and that was Stephen Kinsella. Would anyone like to nominate Stephen Kinsella for the position of chair?
I nominate him.
Okay, thank you. Was that Jarina?
Netta.
Netta, sorry. Okay, so thank you, Netta. And a seconder.
I'll second it.
People are chomping at the bit to to first and second. Was that Derek who I heard for second? Okay, super. Thank you. And Stephen, is the nomination accepted?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. And so with that, based on the fact that we've received no other expression of interest for the position of chair, Stephen Kinsella is acclaimed as chair. Stephen, did you want to say any words?
I just want to say we've got a great group of people that are put their names forward for the election process. And I think 2023 is going to be a great year as we move forward, especially with our strategic plan. And I want to thank everybody for supporting the executive and the college. And as we move forward, and for everyone to keep applying for any new positions that come available on the board, and strongly encourage everyone to apply in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so with that, we can move on to the election of the vice chair. So again, only one person has submitted an expression of interest for the position of vice chair, and that was Derek Summers. Would anyone like to nominate Derek Summers?
Samir.
I will nominate Mike.
Okay, I heard Mike, and anyone second?
Netta.
Netta? Okay, and Derek, do you accept this nomination?
I would be absolutely honored to accept it.
Wonderful. Okay, so based on the fact that we received no other expression of interest for the position of vice chair, Derek Summers is acclaimed as vice chair. Derek, did you have any words?
I'd just like to thank the council as a whole. You guys know I've been around for a while. I'm passionate about this industry, and I'm excited about where we're going to go in 2023. And I'm looking forward to working with you all as a team and seeing where we do with this. And I thank Stephen for his amazing guidance, and I'm looking forward to seeing where we go this year.
Wonderful. Thank you, Derek. Okay, so we will move on to the election for the rest of the executive committee. So again, there were 3 remaining positions on the executive committee, 1 for public members and 2 for elected members. So we're going to start with the public member position first. And in that instance, only one person has submitted an expression of interest for the public member position. and that was Peggy Judge. So would anyone like to nominate Peggy Judge for the public member position? Henry, I saw your name up. Do we have a seconder? Kevin? Okay, and Peggy, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. Okay, so as we've received no other expression of interest from public members for the position, Peggy Judge is acclaimed as a member of the executive committee. Peggy, would you like to share any words or thoughts?
I'd just like to thank everybody for letting me have the opportunity to participate at this level, and everybody, it's a great team and I'm happy to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, so we'll move on to the 2 remaining elected member positions. Now, Kevin Cloutier has submitted an expression of interest for the elected member position. Would anyone like to nominate Kevin for the elected member position? I saw Peggy, and would someone like to second? Derek?
Happily.
Okay, super. And Kevin, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. So there were no other expressions of interest submitted. So Kevin Cloutier is therefore acclaimed as a member of the executive committee. Kevin, any comments from you?
Thanks everyone for letting me sit on this committee. Looking forward to working with everybody in 2023 and continuing on with the great work we're doing. Thanks.
Super. Okay, so the remaining position on the executive committee, we need a professional member for. And as Amy noted earlier, in the event that no one submitted an expression of interest for the position, the board can then open the floor to nominations. Would anyone like to make a nomination for the elected member position?
I would like to, it's Mike, and I'd like to nominate Samir.
Okay, do we have someone to second that nomination? I saw Derek.
Yes, please.
Okay, and Samir, do you accept that nomination?
I gladly accept it. Also, I would just wanted to circle back. Thank you, everyone, for trusting me and nominating me in this process. As I mentioned, I accept it. I wanted to take that word back. I'm sorry. The only reason I have some personal milestone to achieve in the coming year. So I thank you for nominating me, but I'll look forward for that opportunity next year. But I'm just gonna park this year aside, only just because I have some personal milestone to achieve.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Derek and Mike, for giving me an opportunity. I thank you for that.
Thank you, Samir. Are there any other nominations? Derek, you have your hand up?
Yes, I'd love to nominate Nita.
Okay. Any seconders?
I'll second it, Samir.
Okay. Netta, do you accept that nomination?
Thank you so much, everyone. I've been in executive for 2 years, but regularly I'm going to refuse just because I'm extremely busy for the next year. I don't know. Is this a time that I can nominate another person?
Absolutely. We'll be opening the floor to additional nominations.
Thank you, everyone. And I'd like to nominate Tanya.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I heard a second from Amber. Okay. And so because Tanya is not here, we will then have to have a motion to invite her in to see if she accepts that nomination. Fazal?
Sorry, I was just going to say, yeah, that we can open it up to her to step in. I do know that she had expressed that she would accept a nomination if nominated.
Okay, thank you, Fazal.
And I will make the motion to invite her in to accept that nomination if she's listening to us right now.
Okay. And are there any other nominations that we wanted to note before inviting Tanya in? Not hearing any. Okay, so then Stephen, maybe I'll pass it to you for a motion to invite Tanya in.
Okay. Do we have I believe we have a mover from Derek already on
We
to
did, yes.
to have invite Tanya in to speak. Do I have a seconder? Amber? All in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing any. Carried.
Okay, so we will invite Tanya then, as she's not currently a sitting member of the board.
We have a mover from Derek already on to.
We did, yes.
to have-
Oh, and so if someone is also watching the live stream, if you can just make sure you're muted or you have the volume down on that. Okay, welcome, Tanya.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
So Tanya, I'm not sure if you have been watching along on the live stream.
I have.
So you have received a nomination, and that has been seconded, and so we have just struck a motion to invite you permission to address the board to hear whether you accept the nomination to be an elected member.
Well, I'm honored to accept the nomination.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tanya. Okay, so with that, we have Tanya, who has had the motion first and seconded and has accepted, and so that is then acclaimed. Tanya, I'll give you the chance, as I have others, just to say a word to the board if you'd like.
I just wanted to thank everyone so much, and I especially wanted to thank Netta and Fazal for supporting me and encourage me to be a part of the executive committee. I really look forward to the challenge and being a part of the team.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, oh, sorry, did we hear from someone else?
I think I'll say goodbye because I'll be leaving the meeting again.
Sure. Amy, did we want to have Tanya stay for the elections, or should she stay for the official motion, or should she leave at this time?
That's up to the board. She would not be a voting member for any motions that are passed. So in the usual process would be to step away at that time.
Okay.
To the board.
Well, we will thank you then, Tanya. And with that, I will pass to Steve to move us through a motion.
Thank you, Sarah. And the motion would read to approve the appointment of the 2023 Executive Committee as elected. Do I have a mover?
Kevin?
Kevin, seconder?
Samir.
Samir? All in favor? Anyone against? Carries. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome to the 2023 Executive Committee. The next piece on the agenda is 7.0, and do we have Gord in the waiting room?
I think we're running quite ahead on our agenda.
We are.
Half an hour, so I don't see Gord in the waiting room. I'm wondering if perhaps Carolyn can reach out to him to see if we can get him on board. Maybe we can take a 5-minute break while we just get that set up.
Perfect. So why don't we take 5 minutes, folks, and then we will come back to do 7.0. Okay, welcome back, people. Get folks to turn back on their video and rejoin. Okay. So I believe we're still just waiting for Gord to join. Amy, did you, or Fazelle, did you want to look at a different piece of the agenda?
I'm just scanning, Amy. Like, I think they're pretty dense items, and I'm scared to start them and then let them go. Yeah,
Yeah.
Fizz is
Oh,
so
actually,
kindly
I
offering.
think Gord has just come to the rescue. You see him in the waiting room. So let's let him in.
Welcome, Gord.
Hello.
Hello. Thanks for joining us a little bit early, Gord.
Sure.
We had the executive committee elections went by without incident.
Oh, good.
And so we're a little bit ahead in the agenda. So we thank you for jumping on a little bit early.
No problem.
So with that, I will invite Gord to take us through with point 7.0 of the agenda. Go ahead, Gord.
Well, thanks, Sarah. This is about reducing the overlap between board and committees. So you have a briefing note in front of you, and it's on the topic of reducing overlap between board and committees. Arising out of the board's 2022 action plan on governance reform, and the governance committee was tasked with researching best practices and putting together a proposal for the board's consideration. That proposal is in front of you today. So hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to review the briefing note, but I'll go over some highlights. First, what is the rationale of reducing overlap? The committee identified a few things. One is enhancing integrity and reducing conflicts of interest. This is pretty important because right now we're in a situation where some people can be in a position where they're making the rules, but also enforcing the rules at the same time. Clearly, that's not optimal. So this is reducing the overlap will make more objective decision-making and will reduce the likelihood that a board member could use their dual role to advance a personal or professional agenda. So the second rationale is that roles can often require different competencies. So therefore, reducing overlap, each group can focus on their training and knowledge on the competencies based on their own specific role. Thirdly, reducing overlap will lead to a reduction in role confusion because board members will not be moving back and forth at the same frequency between their role on the board and their role on committees, which can cause confusion. Finally, the proposal will reduce board member workload and allow them to focus their time on the important board work. This may also mean that board positions will become more accessible to individuals who have not been able to participate previously. So let's go into the proposal itself. We looked at the committee. I'll let you catch up. Okay. So we looked at the committee, and there were some recommendations for the following criteria. One, that there should be somewhere between 5 and 7 members per committee or panel. Secondly, 1 or 2 board members per committee or panel. That makes sense. There's should be a balance between opticians and non-opticians in these panels. A balance of experienced and new members, and an odd number of members where possible. So that it's easy, so that we don't end up having even numbers, we have odd numbers, and we don't have to go through that process. So the main changes that that some committees will be slightly smaller, and that there will be fewer board members and more appointed committee members. One committee in particular that I want to highlight is the Quality Assurance Committee. It seems that members of that committee, as well as the administrative team, have identified that this committee has had a particularly heavy workload that includes policy work, reviewing individual case files, and acting as the accreditation body for all continuing education activities. On review, the committee was concerned that in addition to the high workload, there's also a risk of conflict of interest when the same committee members set the accreditation policy also are in a situation where they have to police it. As a result, we're recommending that the Quality Assurance Committee be split into two panels. The main panel, which will continue to do the policy work and review the case files, and an accreditation panel that will review and make decisions on accreditation requests, but that will not participate, but that panel will not participate in the policy work. That's the distinction. So apart from that, the proposed changes to each committee are summarized in a chart in the briefing note that you've been provided with, and proposed changes to the bylaw and committee references and documents to give effect to the proposal are enclosed as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Sarah to open the discussion.
Great. Thank you, Gord, for that comprehensive overview. Are there questions or comments with respect to this item? Yeah, go ahead, Derek. Oh, you're just muted.
Sorry about that. I see on the Quality Assurance Accreditation panel that we still have a role for at least one non-optician member, and I'm not sure if that actually serves a purpose given what the accreditation panel does. Currently in the Quality Assurance committees, the only people doing the accreditations are actually professional members, and most of the non-professional members don't, because they don't feel comfortable doing that process, and that's the process we have right now. Should that maybe be just straight professional members, Gord? I mean, I'm okay either way, but I'm curious.
How do the rest of you think?
There comments or thoughts on that piece? Diana, did you raise your hand with respect to that?
Yes, I think the thought process there was, looking at the public interest to just have a set of eyes that were non-biased.
Okay.
Thank you, Diana. Samir, you had your hand up as well, and then Henry.
Good, very, very well drafted document. I really loved it. Thoroughly studied it. Just a couple of questions. I have it. It's by, when we say reducing size of the committee, are we able to cope up with the workload that this committee may have? Secondly, I'm sure before presenting this to us, you've done the environmental scan with other colleges, respective colleges as well. What are their committee, a board member on a committee look like, or how are their propositions look like? If I can ask you that question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Samir. So, and you sort of went out there for me at the beginning, but I think the first question was around, does this affect the workload with a reduced number? And then the second question being, how does this equate to what we're seeing with other colleges? Is that correct, Samir?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, Gord, did you want to comment on those pieces?
Well, I'm not part of those committees per se, but are there others that are with us today that have opinions like this?
Fazelle or Amy, any comments with respect to the environmental scan question?
I can jump in on that. So what was noted was that this is a direction that a lot of regulatory bodies, both inside and outside of Ontario, are looking toward, and some that many have progressed, especially outside of Ontario, in that direction. It's the trend of where things seem to be heading. And there's some regulatory bodies that have moved toward full separation between their board and their committees. So for example, that's the model that we see in a number of the regulatory bodies under the Professional Standards Authority in the UK. And then there's also the Ontario College of Teachers has moved to that model. And I believe some of the authorities in other jurisdictions as well. Also, earlier in 2022, the Ontario government had put out a consultation on some proposed amendments to the Regulated Health Professions Act from a governance standpoint. And one of the proposals that the ministry put forward at that time was complete separation between college, RHPA college boards and committees. Now, they haven't moved forward with that reform at this time, but they also have not retracted it or said that they don't intend to move forward with it at some point. So the proposal before you doesn't go as far as that. There's still some overlap, but it would reduce that overlap. And in terms of capacity, yes, there's absolutely capacity with our current roster of board and committee members to achieve the model that the governance committee has put in front of you today. So hopefully that answers your question, Samir, but if I've missed anything, please let me know.
No,
Thank
thank
you,
you very
Amy.
much.
Samir?
Thank you for the great explanation. No, thank you very much for the great explanation. It's definitely makes more sense. Definitely. Yes.
Good. Henry, question or comment?
Yeah, in connection with Derek's comment, I can understand it, and I certainly felt that way initially, but I must just also add that being on that quality assurance now for at least a year, it seems like 2 or 3, but is that whenever something would come up that I was not familiar with, or if it was too technical, the committee was very, very good in terms of enlightening me and helping me out in terms of understanding it. So I think the concept of having some public eyes out there is not a bad one.
To be
Okay, thank you,
clear, my
Henry.
comment was on the Quality Assurance Committee accreditation panel, not on the committee as a whole.
Okay, well, anyway, that's my comment, so you can see where it fits in.
Perfect. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Derek. Any other comments, feedback, questions with respect to this piece? Okay. In Gord's presentation, he identified the public interest consideration, specifically highlighting the ability to enhance the college's ability to carry out its mandate by enhancing integrity, reducing the potential for conflicts of interest, and reducing role confusion. Is there anything else from a public interest perspective that folks would like to highlight as rationale for this decision? Any other public interest considerations that haven't been noted? Okay, not seeing any. Let's then test for agreement using our high five model. Can I see a show of hands that everyone is comfortable moving forward with the motion for the proposed revisions? And I'm just not seeing Dorina. I'm not sure if Dorina, are you with us and can turn your video on for the consensus? Okay, perfect. So I'm seeing mostly 5s and 4s, a couple of 3s. Is there anyone who noted a 3 that would like to make a comment about that? Is there a way that you move to a 4? Derek or Mike? Derek, go ahead.
I would like to see a rationale or a reason, a rationale for exactly what that non-professional member is going to do on that accreditation panel. I don't see, they currently don't have an existing role in the accreditation process from a variety of on and off situations. I would love to be able to have a better idea of what they're planning on doing so that we're not just putting somebody on a panel for no point.
Okay, so more clarity on that one role for you, Derek. And was that, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
That's the same. I see no value in it. Whether the thought process of the governance committee was that they need to put another member on the actual QA, not the panel that makes the accreditations, would be my input as well.
Okay, thank you. Fazal and then Steve.
I'm speculating here, just from the meetings that I have sat in on at the QA committee. I think the purpose behind the public member was to bring a DEI lens, whereas the professional members were using a subject matter lens. So it wasn't to try to make the public member a professional. It was really just to keep an eye on that piece. So don't shoot the messenger, but I think that was the rationale.
Okay, Derek, did you have a comment with respect to that? And then I want to note the folks who have their hands up. Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
Fazal, I absolutely understand where you guys are coming from. I would suggest that I would rather see us touch base with Peggy, who's been admin for that for quite a while. We have tried that before for a DEI perspective, and there were some challenges. I don't want to see us revisit history that didn't work for us. It was just professional members, then it was public and professional, and there's a reason we went away from it, and it should all be documented, but I'd like that expressed before we go forward.
Peggy Judge, you had your hand up.
I'm hunting for the word when it's terrible that it's not coming to me. When there's an election and the party has their person overseeing to make sure that everything is going the way it's supposed to. And so I'm likening that role of the public person on there to that.
Okay. Thank you, Peggy. Steve?
Thanks, Sarah. Just going to what Derek was saying earlier. A couple of years ago, when I was on the quality assurance, I was doing accreditations too with the committee members, and I just felt as a public member overwhelmed by the technical aspect of it that I just wasn't able to grasp, and I was constantly going to the technical people on the accreditation committee and ask, what about this, what about that? And I tried to put my input in as much as I could. I just felt a little bit reserved in that I couldn't honestly speak, even if I was looking in that public interest as to really what benefit was I contributing to that particular committee at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Omar.
I have listened attentively to what Derek and the president had just alluded to, but I'm wondering if this would in any way dilute the significance of the presence of a public member on any given committee, particularly this one, because we are there for a purpose, and that purpose, of course, is to enhance and to make sure and ensure that the public, that the college vision and mission, maintain their values, in terms of integrity, accountability, transparency. So by not having a public member on this committee, to me, there's no transparency, and the absence of integrity is definitely present. Overall, it just increased public awareness. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Peggy.
The word I was looking for was scrutineer. And just drawing an analogy between that process with the elections and this process with the accreditations. I don't know if there are there votes that go on, and maybe then the public member, I don't know, shouldn't be actually voting, should just be an observer questioner. Having not been on the committee, I don't know the inner workings of the whole thing.
Okay, so some of the process questions around how that member might participate. Fazal, was your hand with respect to that last piece?
Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
segueing off of or tailing what Omar said, just to remind the group that public members are still on the policy-making arm in this proposal of the committee. So we're just talking strictly about the accreditation team that's taking in these 100 or so or more accreditation slide deck requests and determining, where they get accredited as far as eyeglasses, contact lenses, refraction, or professional growth. So the policy arm, the policy making group still has public involvement.
Thank you, Fazal. Derek.
I would like to say that I fully appreciate and respect the role of public members in helping us govern in the public interest. Absolutely. The thing to keep in my mind, is that the quality assurance accreditation process is to determine eyeglass, contact lens, refracting, and professional growth values for courses that are being accredited for the membership to be able to do. So is it going to be, it's a technical role. And as far as the DEI side of it goes, I do appreciate that a DEI view is brought, but I would like to point out that every single member of this board has had DEI training. So I don't necessarily know that it requires a public member to fill that role for us.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Okay, so I think we've heard folks' positioning and some additional feedback and perspectives on these pieces. Perhaps we can do another show of consensus to see where folks sit now on using the high five again, on if everyone is comfortable moving forward with a motion on the proposed changes. And if you can just keep them held up for long enough for us to see. And a reminder that a 4 means you can live with it. You don't have to love it, but you can live with it. Okay. And Mike, I'm just missing your
I'm just
hand.
wondering, Sarah, have we made any, you said changes? Are you just talking about the document, or are we making changes to the discussion we've had?
Not any changes, just based on the discussion and the way in which questions may have been addressed. Okay, thank you. So we have 2 remaining folks at a 3, but we do have consensus broadly by the group on this issue. Peggy, did you have Peggy and then Fazal?
Without having that document in front of me right now, that accreditation committee, does it currently stand with a public member being suggested or not?
So clarity on the panel makeup? Yeah, did you want to pull it back up? Perfect. Fazal?
So I believe as proposed, the accreditation panel would have an appointed member. Should there be a discussion first on the micro piece, which is, do you want to have a public person on the accreditation part of the panel or not? Because that would decide whether we go ahead with what's in the briefing note or we make a tweak.
I think that you hit the head on the nail on the head.
Nail on the
Fazal.
head.
There we go. With what Fazal just said, I think it's the accreditation piece that has no value of a public member.
But it's in there right now, correct?
Correct.
No, correct.
So I think the group should
Okay.
just maybe get a consensus on, do they want to keep the public member on the accreditation panel? And we can certainly whip up a poll if necessary.
Okay. So can we see a show of consensus there then, using the high five to keep the public member on the accreditation panel? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Derek, I missed you. Sorry, as I was reviewing. Okay, so we've got, it looks like we had 4 folks who were no's. Netta, I think I missed you as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folks who are no's on that. Okay, and then would it be helpful to do a show of consensus on the reversal being to remove, or do you want to go to a poll on this? What are your thoughts, Fazal?
I'm just getting Carolyn to do up a poll. If we can just have a quick poll that says
Perfect.
opticians only as one
Yep.
choice and keep public members the other choice.
Perfect.
And just let's make everybody understand that it's accreditation, there would be no public member, and the committee, there would be a public.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Carolyn, can you give me some feedback if you're able to put that together?
And Omar, did you have a question before we do the poll?
No, just a question, as a comment, to use the terminology that the public member has no value, to say the public member has no value, to me, it doesn't sit too well with us, with me in particular. As if, well, we are somehow appears to be insignificant, despite our diversity training. What's the purpose of the training? If we cannot get an opportunity to execute our training.
I apologize, Omar. It's when different groups send in for accreditation, it has technology things that we're accrediting, like eyeglasses, contact lenses, refracting, things that public may not have like you've been around a long time and understand some of those terms. But as far as us accrediting, it may bring less value to the committee or to the accreditation if it has a voting aspect to it. Derek, I hope I'm making sense there.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Fazal, go ahead.
I was just getting also some information from Peggy Dreyer, our manager. So she was saying for the last 2 years, there have not been any public members accrediting anything. It's just been opticians. Carolyn, are you ready with that poll?
Yep, I'm going to launch it now.
So is that okay? We'll put that up there and just get her.
Yeah, absolutely. So the poll is in front of you. Again, this is for the accreditation panel, whether it be opticians only or to keep a public member. Okay, and so I think everyone has now voted, and we are fairly split on this issue. We have 55% opting to keep a public member and 45% opting for opticians only. We should only have 11 votes. Is that correct, Fazal or Amy?
Yeah, I think 13 votes.
Okay, so can we relaunch that then? And if folks have not responded, was anyone unable to see? So we'll just get you to do that again. And if anyone is unable to see the poll or unable to use the poll, you can let us know and either vote through me or send an email.
Okay, so this is even less participation. Okay, here's 11, 12. So we're still missing one person.
I do have an alternate thought.
We have everyone now.
Okay.
We have everyone now. Okay. So let's share those. So having an additional person, I think we landed at the same space that we were before. So again, fairly split on this piece. Derek, did you have a comment you had noted?
So just for clarity's sake, what I had requested initially was that we table this for now, talk to QA, the QA manager, figure out what this role is going to look like. So it's a defined role. So it's not taking us into the situation it was before, and actually seeing if we can have a defined role. And if for myself, I know if that defined role makes sense to me, then I'm pretty confident Mike will understand as well if it's a defined role. I think Mike and I might be on board with it, but if it's an undefined role as it stands right now in our previous experience, yeah, it's a concern.
Okay, Fazal.
As much as I don't like turning a board meeting into a committee meeting, we do need to land on this because we have committees to strike at lunchtime. So,
I wonder, maybe Sarah, you were hoping to do that reverse consensus, because I know that there's some people who are very opposed to keeping a public member. Can we see how many people would be very opposed to an optician only panel? Just because I know we asked for a sort of an either or poll question, but maybe we can test that side of things.
So let me just make sure I'm getting that right. So you want to see who is very opposed to a, can you say that again, to an appointed only?
What would the consensus be on moving forward with opticians only on this accreditation panel? By a show of 5.
Okay, so if we can see a consensus on who would feel comfortable moving forward with opticians only on this panel.
Okay, so still very split, but
Still very split.
It was worth just checking.
Yes, yeah, still very split. So hearing from Derek that there could be a move to consensus if there was an understanding around the role that public member would play. Fazella, I'm hearing your point before around, would this be something that would happen at this table? Thoughts, Amy or Fazella? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, like, for those who want to include the public member on this, what do they foresee as that role? And keeping in mind that these accreditations come in quickly, and we've got to be able to move them, especially in the fall and spring when we have the trade shows. So, what's the vision for the public member? And maybe that'll help some of the optician members, because the concern is timeliness, getting these things accredited in a timely fashion.
Okay, so maybe we can hear from some folks with respect to that, around the role of the public member. Henry and Amber, did either one of you have thoughts with respect to that? Henry, and you're just muted.
Okay, I like Peggy's comment as scrutineers. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Fazal, I've been on the accreditation committee for at least a year with Peggy and have gone through a whole bunch of these things. And there's a lot more than just, the technical stuff. There's administration, there's hygiene, there's other things that go on that I think can use a public scrutineer if you want. That's why I think, and for you've got 2-3 opticians on there. So, I mean, they can make those decisions, but I think it's good to have a public member on there. End of story.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Henry. So hearing again that piece around the scrutineer, Amber?
So basically, kind of echoing what Henry just said, I've never been on that committee, so I'm not gonna get too opinionated on it because I've never had to do that. But I just think that even if there's not a whole lot of understanding about the specifics of the task, I think again that it's important to have that outside perspective just to kind of keep the DEI lens in place, just to make sure, from an outside perspective, what that looks like without really needing to have the in-depth knowledge of every single thing that's, surrounding that accreditation. I think it's just a good decision. That's kind of why we have the public members, in my opinion, but yeah.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Dorina, something to add?
Yes, thank you. So in my time in this committee, possibly the last year when I was in the committee, we have introduced this addition to the quality assurance, the scrutineer. We had situations that arose from activities that were just skimmed through and overlooked. And we had missed in assessing properly the language of some activities. And in fact, as Fazal was the messenger of this, he listened well at that, and there was a good addition just to safeguard us in releasing an accreditation for any activity, that we have an extra set of eyes and another mind that reads and foresee from a different perspective than a professional perspective, as in the construct of an activity, and if it's fit to release it to be used for quality assurance. So I'm not sure, since I haven't been a member of this committee, why that was actually not used fully, but I think it was, as per Henry's declaration. And I think we're only going to benefit from a different dimension, different perspective, to have a strong say in what we're releasing as regulating college, which I don't see any danger or any break in the productivity of this committee by having another set of eyes. I remember when Stephen started being part of this committee, and he could have had a million of questions, and he just parted well in saying, I'm looking at this with the lens of a language position of diplomacy, and then it was a great addition to our scrutiny. And I see this as a benefit instead of a hindering. And I know there is new ways of dealing and transacted at that committee level, for sure. There are a lot of itemized units that actually make the activity go through a lot easier, and there is a lot of proofing and documentation. But still, it is more democratic to have at least one public member in participating or validating at the end of it all from the perspective, or other perspective than just technical. So that's my say.
Okay, thank you, Jarina. Any other thoughts on the role, what the role of this public member would be? Peggy.
I'm just thinking, as other people are talking, that there's an element of a little bit of oversight that what the policy people have put in place is actually being followed by the people doing the accreditation, as well as perhaps, and again, having not been on the committee, whether there's even a possibility, but you want to avoid any, well, that's how we always do it. And so having a second set of eyes there saying, well, I'm not comfortable with, as the patient, I'm not comfortable with that. And I don't know whether that happens with the policy or the accreditation, but it's also just a little bit of making sure that the accreditation follows the policy.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Diana.
When I was doing the accreditations, there was an evaluation sheet, and on the sheet it would specifically say which parts the public member would fill out, which would include, is there any discrimination? Is the presentation representative of a broad community? Is there, anything offensive? So we didn't look at, did it meet some criteria for, a certain type of optical or lens. It was more along those lines. And I don't know if you have that accreditation sheet there that you can share with everybody so they can see the difference.
I'm
We're
not
probably
sure.
not
if
gonna have
we-
the sheet
checklist?
handy. It's not part
Yeah.
of this
Yeah.
discussion, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of the role of the public member, what I heard from folks was playing this role of scrutineer, providing an outside, perhaps sometimes critical perspective, bringing that DEI lens, playing the role of that extra set of eyes and oversight, and potentially a validator. Is there anything that is missing from that role description?
The only other comment I'd have is if you're a member of the public and you're looking at how the training is being approved, would you want to know that only opticians approved it or that other people had eyes on it too? So I think that's where it comes down to for me, is that, you know, a member of the public might want to know that there was a completely unbiased opinion on there as well.
Okay, so Diana, from your perspective, adding to that role, that public interest perspective of having had an outside perspective on those decisions. For folks who needed a role description for the public member, does that role help to move you to a space where you could live with the inclusion of a public member? Does anyone want to offer up? What would get you to a 4? Is anything still missing from that role description? Steve.
Yeah, Sarah, I just, I was sitting on which way to go to how I would decide, and the wisdom of Diana just came through, and she swayed me to definitely a 4 and to almost a 5. As it's yes, that aspect of there is a set of eyes from the public that looked at it. And I want to thank Henry for providing his comments, because that went a long ways for me too.
Thank you, Stephen. Anyone else want to comment in terms of additional things they would need to see in that role, or whether that role description helps to get them closer to a point of consensus on this piece? Okay, I'm not hearing any other comments. Do we want to then do another show of consensus to see where we are now? Would that be helpful, Amy or Fazal?
Yeah, totally up to, yeah, we can take a consensus to see if the group is comfortable moving forward with the inclusion of a public member, possibly with some fine tuning as to what the mechanics look like at the committee level later, on when the public member steps in and overviews the accreditation or something. So, you know, if the group is okay with moving forward, then they'll be in line with the motion that can be proposed and is in line with the original presentation Gord gave.
Okay, so do we want to do a show for consensus there, a show of consensus of folks who feel comfortable moving forward with a public member being included? Okay, and okay, so thank you everyone for voting. It looks like we still have 2 folks who did not like it, but we did have a majority of folks who could live with it or who liked it. So that does get us to where we can move to a motion on this piece. Are we good to go ahead? I'm looking to Fazal and Amy just to see if we need any additional notes on this piece.
You know, I think we could go ahead with the vote, and then anyone who wants to put any comments, can we capture them in the minutes? Because
Okay.
I think the group is not against the concept of board separation or overlap. So I think that is
Right.
intact. I think really we're kind of just focused on this one piece with this one committee. So I wouldn't want those observing this discussion on YouTube to not realize that on a greater level, I think the board is committed to this reduction of board overlap, and it's really the issue of the committee panel that's the discussion. But I do think you could probably move forward if you wanted to with a motion and test that.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to pass then to Stephen to go ahead with the motion.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. And the motion would read that the board adopt the proposed revisions to the committee composition requirements by approving the draft amendments to the COO's bylaws and committee's terms of reference policies as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a
So
mover?
moved. So moved.
Henry, second. Diana,
Omar first. Oh, so
Omar.
go ahead.
all in favor? Anyone against?
Noting Derek and Mike.
Okay, and it carries. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, very good. And if there are, as Fazal noted, we could note some additional notes on that one piece with respect to the panel.
That's what I just wanted to double check though. Like,
Yeah.
not that anyone's ever questioned for voting for or against, but Derek and Mike, did you want to put any comments that we put into the minutes with what your concern is? Because I think if we're not able to make it work on a practical level, we can always revisit it in the new year.
If I may, Mike, if I may go first.
Yes, go ahead,
Okay.
Derek.
I understand the role of a public member. I value the roles of public members. I feel a little bit dismissed at the idea that only a public member can represent the public in this organization and that it requires that for us to actually feel comfortable that the things have been reviewed. I am a member of the public at the end of the day. I do come in with a certain level of professionalism that I feel that I am in a unique position, and Mike is in a unique position to comment technically on accreditation. I believe we are all trained to do DEI. I don't feel that we need to bring somebody specifically in for that role. I am conscious of the fact that we are representing the public, and I do not necessarily see the added value from a economics point of view of putting a member who may or may not do a lot or who may slow down a process when there's a process where we have to do emergency accreditations that need to be done in 3 days. I value what we're talking about, and I'm very happy that we have a public member on the committee as a whole. I just don't necessarily see it being a useful, a good use of resources on a accreditation panel. That's why I'm not voting for this, and that's my concern.
Okay, so Derek, if I can just summarize and let me know if I got that wrong, but there wouldn't necessarily then be anything particular in terms of the role of that individual, but it's really more broadly on the value add of that individual versus role characteristics per se that could be clarified.
To me, exactly, because to me, putting a public member on that panel means that we've taken a professional member that we could have on that panel in place. I mean, it seems like not the best use of our resources. I would rather see a professional member who can actually assist us when we're trying to do a 3-4-day accreditation, an emergency accreditation, and I can see more people. Or God forbid, one of us falls sick or has an issue and we need to rely on just a couple of optician members to be able to do it, which has happened more times. We currently do a quality assurance committee with 5 professional members, and we need to have a majority of 3 of them agreeing. So we need at least 4 for every single accreditation that comes through. So if there's 4 and 3 of them have to agree, well, you know what? If there's only 5 altogether, that starts to get to be a very narrow field. And God forbid, one of us is sick or has an issue or has to say, I can't do it right now. I don't see necessarily the added value. And I don't want to see the process being slowed down. I don't think it's fair on the membership, and I definitely don't think it's fair on the public.
Okay, so we've noted those comments. Mike, anything that wasn't noted that was your reason for that you wanted to highlight? Again, you
I
don't
think-
have to, but
Well, I think Derek hit the nail on the head again. All of those things, and we've had those arguments where we're trying to accredit something, and we've had committee discussions amongst the opticians where I think the public member could be swayed either way very, very quickly when we're doing something like that because they don't understand or they would ask the question. But again, I think it's better, but the decision's better made by a professional member who's going to represent the membership. So that's my go at it.
okay. So thank you, Mike and Derek. Hearing from both of the dissenters really around more of conceptual concerns versus sort of additional role description pieces that could be added. So with that, Peggy, unless you had an additional comment, I think we just really wanted to get those notes from the folks who dissented. I just want to be conscious of not reopening up the conversation, but did you have an extra
It was
point,
just,
Peggy?
am I hearing that we need another body and it needs to be a bigger number, not to really want to open that can of worms, but.
Yeah, I think I'll suggest maybe that we park that idea unless it's good for other folks. We did move forward with a motion on that item, but just wanted to make sure that we captured any key points from folks who dissented. Okay, any other comments or questions from anyone? I'm looking to the team. We're slightly ahead for lunch, but
We would be
possibly
more
not
than
enough.
happy with that.
I think probably, right?
Because we have a lot of work. We have another meeting over lunch. So any extra minutes that can be bought that we get our work done and eat would be great.
Okay, so do you want to move? We'll move a little bit ahead for lunch, but we'll keep the 1:15 start time to come back, and we'll just give those folks who are working a bit of extra time. Fazal, any comments that you wanted to make or notes on that piece?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I thought I did. Essentially, it's a working lunch. So we're going to take the members of the executive to join the link. We'll send a Zoom link separately. So you'll end up coming out of this meeting. We'll hold a separate meeting and then we'll come back and rejoin this meeting. Everybody else, have a great lunch. Please make sure that you are muted and cameras off because this is still recording. And we'll see you after lunch.
Great. Stephen, did you have a last question?
Well, Sarah, I just wanted to thank everybody for the robust discussion this morning. It was amazing to hear it. Thank you.
Great. Very good. Okay. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. And we will see you back at 1:15.
F-I-A-N-Y.
So it was like FRI
Welcome back, everyone. I think folks are slowly coming back in and turning their cameras on. Hopefully everyone had an enjoyable lunch, and that extra 10 minutes allowed for some of the folks who were meeting over lunchtime to quickly grab a bite to eat. Just let a few more folks kind of find their way in. Okay, so I think we have most people back. Very good. So we will pick back up with the agenda and get started on this afternoon's items. And to do that, we're going to start by inviting Fiza Assad, the accounting specialist, to give us a detail of the financial report. So Fiza, I will pass the floor over to you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. I'm just going to get my screen set up here. All right. So I'm going to begin with our financial variance report, and just as a refresher, because it's always nice to have one. The purpose of this financial report is to provide an indication to the board as to whether revenue and expenses are trending in line with expectations for a particular point in the year. So even though we're currently in December, this report is dated for October 31st, which is our last month close as of the exec committee. Variances will display a bit high in terms of their negative values, but approach zero as we approach the end of the year. At October 31st, 16% of the fiscal year remains. So that means that variances for certain fixed items, such as rent or salaries, will be trending closer to this number. A lot of these variance percentages will have an actual trend, which is going to be reported in the December 31st variance report, which will be at the next board meeting. Explanations are provided for any items that diverge significantly from the budget, as well as color coding in terms of green, whether we're trending well, orange is just something to keep an eye on, or red is something that is trending poorly and needs to be addressed. So diving right into our variance report here, there are a few items that I wanted to bring to the board's attention. This has already been presented to the exec committee and in their capacity as a financial committee. A few line items that we wanted to touch on were optician revenue is currently trending at 8% over budget. When we originally budgeted for this last year, we had estimated a decrease in renewals just in light of the continued impact of COVID-19. The actual trends that we are seeing is that there has been an increase in non-renewals in 2022 from about 108 registrants in 2021 to 160 in 2022. However, there's also been an increase of 2.65% relating to new optician enrollment, which has allowed for this revenue line item to trend much higher than previously forecasted. Our national examination fees is a line item that is currently trending at 34% under budget, about $92,718 as of October 31st. This does not include the $79,450 received for the October exams. That amount was received in November and will be accrued and captured for the December 31st report. So we are currently trending closer to a 29% variance over budget in this line item. So that will be reflected again in the next report. Interest in investment income, we are 21% over, and most of all of our investments have been realized by year end. So overall, we are currently at $2,987,589 at October 31st, and our revenue in total is trending as 7% over budget. Are there any questions for the revenue line items before I move on to expenses?
Questions on the revenue pieces for Fiza? Yeah, Neda.
Do you think for the line 5, the national examination, do we need to increase the budget for next year?
So for next year's budget, we have kind of kept it in line with what the numbers that we're getting from NACOR, as well as what we're anticipating for students. So that has been taken into account that we're trending higher when we're budgeting for next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Continue on, Fiza.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Going over to board and committee expenses. So the overall trend, I did want to say that we're showing as mostly under budget or trending well for the board and committee expenses. Overall, our costs have been $105,419 and currently at 59% under budget as of October 31st. So the year-end trend analysis here is that costs for honoraria and expenses are going to continue to trend lower than budgeted, as there have been significant cost savings for almost all the board and committee meetings, as they have remained virtual, except for our strategic planning session and our board meeting in October, which was hybrid. When budgeting last year, we had built-in meetings in person for every committee. However, none of those have actually happened. We have not all board and committee expenses have been received as of October 31st. This has been something that has been communicated to the board recently as well as a final push to please do get those expenses in for December. When this report comes out for the December 31st close, we will have actuals that are trending much closer to the variances that we are expecting based on attendance. Are there any questions for board and committee expenses before we move on to operations?
Any
Yes,
questions? Netta.
Thank you. Maybe this question gonna go to Fazal, but for next year, I hear the trend of people going back to work more and kind of a force to, bringing the reality back again and asking people to coming back to offices. Do you think that's going to be a fact in our board meetings and overall meetings that we're going to have next year?
So this is something that's completely in the board's hands. We've done some check-ins periodically, and there was a desire to just keep it open and go hybrid. I think the board had stated that they'd like to get together in person as much as possible for the spring meeting. So we're sort of basing next year's budgeting based completely on the input of the board. As far as here in the office, where the teams are all in a couple of days a week. But as far as budgeting for next year, which we'll get onto the next agenda item with Fiza, we've just taken direction from the board and built the budget around that input.
Perfect. It means that for now, we are okay to keep it on a lower numbers here to see how it goes for next year as well.
Yeah, like we're completely, we'll get to that in a moment, and we'll tell you the rationale that we use in building out the 2023 proposed budget. So maybe, Ned, I'll get you to hold on for a sec, and then we'll finish this year's variance report, and we'll move to the 2023 budget.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
I don't think so. Go ahead.
And finally, operations and administration at October 31st, we're at $1,962,617 and 29% below our budget. A few line items that we wanted to highlight here were external relations is currently about 82% under budget. This is mainly due to the fact that a lot of the in-person events that had been planned for Q2 and Q3 of this year had remained virtual, so there was no staff or board attendance there. There have, however, been seminar attendance as well as trade show attendance, and those costs were accounted for in November, as in that was the time that these expenses were received by accounting, and they will be reflected in the December 31st variance report. So actual costs are actually trending more towards a 59% variance below budget rather than an 82, but that number may change depending on the rate of expenses that we get in. Investigator costs, this is something that I've addressed in the past few reports as well, but just as a refresher, we are currently at about 95% under budget at a spend of $3,867. This is due to the fact that there have not been as many complaints received this year from insurance providers, and there are fewer matters that actually require external investigators. It's very difficult to forecast exactly what investigations are going to look like for the coming years, as it really depends on the number and nature of the investigations. However, overall trends are taken into account when budgeting for the coming year, as well as input from discipline and ICR. And finally, QA program costs are 89% below budget here at $4,875. This is namely due to the fact that MSF costs had been budgeted for this year. However, this project has been deferred, and the process will be reviewed by the QA committee on a long-term basis. Are there any questions about operational and administrative expenses before we wrap up here? Samir.
Go ahead, Samir.
Hi, Fiza. Thanks for that great explanation. Just have a question regarding line 28, general expense, general operational expenses.
Yes.
So basically it says we are, what I'm reading is basically we are at 29% under budgeted for this year. However, what I see is basically we spent about $53,000 more than the last year. Is there any specific area that you can point me at where we spend more money compared to the last year?
A lot of the expenses were also related to strategic planning. So those costs were absorbed into general operational for things such as rental of facilities and equipment and general staff expenses around that. Sorry, staff board expenses around that.
So would that not go under rent or strategic planning area rather than general operational expenses?
So rent is solely for our premises rent, and strategic initiative costs are related more to actual costs supporting the strategic initiatives rather than the meeting expense.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Henry. Oh, and you're just muted, Henry.
Forgot. Okay, I'm not a finance guy, but Fiza, your variance document is excellent. I find all those comments are really, really good. And I think that's the reason why there aren't, boatloads of questions. So great.
Thanks, Henry. I do have to also turn it over to Amy and Fazal, who give me a lot of great input for these notes. So
okay, Amy and Fazal too.
Thank you.
And seeing some thumbs up reactions to that as well. So if there's no additional questions, then Fiza, we can have you go on to the 2023 draft budget.
Perfect. All right, just getting myself oriented here with my notes.
Sorry, can I just ask one quick question?
Absolutely.
Samir, was your question answered to your satisfaction?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I was just wondering, like, we spent $53,000 more, and I mean, it's satisfactory to the point, but I'd like to see more description on where we spend more in terms of, say, the line items that basically mention on the site that this item includes this expenses. So I was kind of wanting to compare side by side where we spend more money in particular area.
So one thing I'll speak to about the strategic planning and the strategic initiatives, we sort of differentiate between those. So let's say in the strategic plan, the board said we want to engage with the public more. Those are strategic initiatives, but that effort that we put into strategic planning, which was your board time and the rentals and all those things, that goes through the committee expense or the board expense line, the work you did to get there, but the initiatives goes into a separate line, which is like buying advertising, engaging stakeholders. So that's how we separate the two.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, great. Sorry, Fiza.
No, absolutely. That's a great explanation. All right, so I'll just put up the budget here. Just before we go into the budget, I just wanted to provide a bit of background as to sort of the analysis that the team's done and how we've gotten to some of these numbers. And then I'll be pulling up the report and we can go through that together. So the budgeting process is a very long process that the team goes through, and there are quite a few factors that go in when we're coming up with these numbers for the upcoming year. One of our first steps is we go through fiscal year and cost projections and compare them to actual figures at October 31st and the account variances to the 2022 budget. So we basically take each line item and see how we're trending, if we're trending over budget, if we're trending under budget, and what costs are yet to be accrued. So what is our December 31st actual spend looking like so that we can go into this with a good foundation to build on. We also look at the 5-year historical for financial averages and expense trends. Previously, this has been a 3-year analysis. However, as we've seen in the past 2 years, COVID-19 has had a very strange effect on a lot of these numbers, and these are very unusual trends that we've seen. Kind of going into future years, the lasting effects of COVID-19 on operations are still going to be realized. We're doing different types of hybrid work. A lot of functions have been moved virtually, as well as there's a lot of resources that require supporting a new hybrid environment. So we look at this 5-year historical average to provide us with pre-COVID and post-COVID cost trends, to which we find an average and a happy medium to kind of reflect this new environment that we're going to be operating in the coming years. We then sit down with each of the managers of the team. We go over vendor work orders and quotes for planned and anticipated projects and initiative, particularly those that are supporting the strategic plan. We review fixed costs based on our current contracts. And at that point, we always also review contracts that are coming up for renewal, anticipated cost increases. We go over estimates for board and committee meetings and activities, trying to see how many meetings are going to be planned for the year, whether they're going to be in person, virtual. We go over 2022 and projected 2023 cost statistics. And something new that we've been doing, especially in the past few years, is also building in contingencies for operations in light of COVID-19. It's something that the other colleges have also grouped together in our working group and identified areas such as database and IT costs where we may need to build in a bit more of a contingency, just so that hopefully it doesn't go back to 2020 times, but if there are any future emergencies or scenarios that come up, that we are well equipped to handle that. So I'm going to go into our budget here. I won't go fully line by line. I'll give a bit of an overview, but if there are any questions about specific line items, please feel free to just give me a shout and I'll be happy to go over that with you. So there are a number of proposed budget items that differ from the 2022 fiscal year. One of the first things we've seen is our interest and investment income has gone up by quite a bit, and that is just due to a reflection of the current market and working with a financial advisor to lock in these much higher rates at a good time, so that we'll be able to take advantage of these rates at different points of the year in May and October. The board also approved a return to the regular fee schedule for 2023 after 2 years of fee reductions to provide continued pandemic relief. So this is now going to bring us back to more of a regular operating revenue for opticians, as well as student revenues, as well as student revenue. Are there any questions about any of these revenue line items that I can touch on a bit more for anyone?
Any questions for Fiza?
I think everyone's happy with the revenue lines. Okay, great.
Not seeing any.
All right, so moving on to honorary and expenses for elected and appointed members. So board and committee meeting expenses allow for more in-person hybrid meetings. We kept this similar to last year's formula just to ensure that we allow for more in-person interaction with different board and committee members. But these numbers are all subject to change to fully virtual meetings just to ensure the safety of all the attendees. So are there any particular board or committee expense line items that anyone would want me to go into a bit further?
Go ahead, Faisal.
So Netta, this is where we were sort of building based on the board's direction about having hybrid meetings. Fizza has a little bit of a calculator that she creates and applies the composition of the committee with some people flying in or driving in, some people remote, and we sort of apply that to all the meetings. It could change if at some point in the year people want to come back in person altogether, or if they want to go the other way and do fully remote with, one meeting, in person or things like that. But we've kind of budgeted in the center, not fully in person, not fully remote. So this gives us a little bit of wiggle room, depending on if the board changes its mind partway through.
Thank you, Fazal. Thank you so much. Because I was thinking that if we have an extra budget here, maybe we can move it around and use it somewhere else. But it looks perfectly fine with me. Just want to make sure if we need something to move around, maybe it would be possible from here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
All right, thanks, Fazal and Neda. So going on into our operations and administration budget line items, I'm just going to go into board and staff education development. We've identified a few areas for training that members of the board have expressed, as well as members of our staff. So we have a few exciting training items on deck for 2023, which we're hoping that we'll be able to provide as a great resource for everyone. Our external relations budget has gone up a bit, and this is to allow for more in-person board and staff attendance at national conferences and trade shows. We've also allocated a bit of a sponsorship budget here as well as part of our external outreach. Costs for investigators, I know that's a line item that has been trending quite low for this year. However, we haven't completely gone the other way on this budget. And as I mentioned before, it is due to the fact that the nature and number of investigations are unpredictable. So we've made sure that while we have taken the trend for this year into account, we are also making sure that we do have enough budget on the books to allocate the appropriate resources to anticipated investigations for next year. The QA portfolio cost, this is a few line items that build this cost, which differ from last year. And again, this is due to the fact that MSF is once again on hold for 2023, but this cost that we had originally budgeted has been deferred to peer assessor costs. And this is to support the expanded scope of work and possible in-person assessments for non-compliance. And finally, the line item that I want to touch on was salaries has gone up by a bit, and that is due to the fact that we have built in a bit of budget for 2 new staff positions. One would be our investigator working with our professional conduct team, and one would be our policy assistant who is going to be working under Amy and supporting the different departments, particularly with the scope of strategic initiatives and projects. Are there any, sorry, Fazal.
So yeah, I was just going to add, I'm going to put my hand down so I don't forget. So that line item of adding an investigator, this is not a third-party investigator, but an in-house one. It was identified in the strategic plan that there's a desire for more emphasis on unauthorized practice reduction. And so that team member that's going to be added, it's a contract, and that'll be the scope of their work is to and there was also a desire to speed up the department a bit. So that extra body would do both, look into the unauthorized practice as one of their focuses, and to see if we can speed up production in that area. So it's sort of a test year. We're going to try it out as a contract, but it's very much tied directly to the board's desire from coming out of the strategic plan.
All right, thanks,
Thank you, Fazal. So we have Neda and Mike with their hands up. Go ahead, Neda.
Thank you. For the line external relations that we have, thank you. I know, Fazal, that we were in the NACOR meeting and it was the discussion to explore more and outreach more because of the shortage of opticians. Are we planning to add a little bit more budget to external relation for the future, maybe next year? I don't remember it was in NACOR meeting or it was in the other advisory group. What is brought up was that opticianry is not in the blueprint of the Ministry of Education. And I think the only organization can bring this one to the light, it would be the college.
So two things, Netta, those are great points. As far as creating awareness of the profession amongst that arm of the ministry, we do have our contract with our government relations firm that we put budget in for again this year, and we can probably assign that task to them without incurring any extra costs. And then as far as participation in any public awareness or things like that, I believe FISA has tucked away some money in one of the lines, which she can bring our attention to, that would support that type of strategic initiative work around awareness campaigns and involvement. So this is more travel and things for meetings, trade shows, that type of thing. So FISA, if you could just show that line.
And that's here under public awareness initiatives, and it's under communications. So that, sorry, I should have pointed this out too. This line item has gone up quite a bit as well, as we've built in some engagement and outreach costs there as well.
So we put money in this line, Netta, for that type of work.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, because this not being part of the Ministry of Education blueprint that it goes to the high school, it was very alarming for me that why that was the answer to the question. I always was thinking, why nobody knows about opticianry in high school and all that. Then we realized that it doesn't even exist in that blueprint for counselors of the high schools.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Netta. Mike.
Same line I was gonna go on, Annetta, so you answered one of my questions, but the other is the sponsorship. When we put the word sponsorship on line 36 and the events, is that for our membership to belong to those?
So when we say, I hate the word sponsorship, to be honest.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but
yeah. And we struggled with that, but the fact is it's for the purchase of our booths at all these events. So that's where this type of stuff goes. Or if we're putting money into helping with meeting costs for national meetings. But yeah, I'm not fond of the word sponsorship myself.
yeah, if I'm now that I'm here, can I ask the question? But if I seen that and I was just a member, I would be going, what's my money going to sponsor?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's an explanation, but I don't like it either. So thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to break out the thesaurus and see if we can figure out a better word.
Any other questions for FISA? Comments, feedback?
And Mike will just get you to put your virtual hand down.
And so I'll just quickly, so last year the board had approved a cost of $443,515 out of our general reserves to offset an anticipated decrease in revenue. To date, that has not been realized, and our actuals are trending towards a surplus for the end of the year due to a significant amount of cost savings as well as revenue coming into the college. So we're looking at and for next year, we're looking at a surplus, which will then go back into our general reserves as well.
Thank you. Additional questions, Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I just want to commend staff for doing an excellent job. This isn't a document that's just drafted in an hour with all teams, or you don't just send out an email and say any expenditures or what the wish list that you want for next year, send it back to us, and then we'll finish it all up in half a day. This is detailed financial figures and thoughts that have gone through not just by one set of eyes, but a whole, probably almost everybody on staff has probably seen this. And I think staff ought to really be commended, because year after year, they present us with tough budgets over the last couple of years. And now we're starting to see the fruition of the hard work that's gone into the last prior years instead going forward. And I just think you've done an excellent job.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Definitely, the team has been working on this since the summer because we start looking at plans for the future and the board strategic plan and things like that. So it does go through a lot of iterations. We appreciate the input that exec acting as finance gave us as well. There were some tweaks to that before this came to the board 2 weeks ago. So we do our best. We like to be conservative. And we're financially healthy as an organization, and during the pandemic that allowed us to run a budget of almost a negative $817,000 without any concern. So the board, with its fiscal planning and being efficient in how they're running their meetings and everything like that, have put this college in a place where we can respond to horrible things such as a pandemic and be able to give relief to our registrants when needed. So thank you all.
Wonderful. Thank you for the update and the comments, and seeing some thanks to the staff reiterated in the chat as well. So if there are no additional questions or feedback, we can move to a motion on this item. So I will pass to Stephen.
Thanks,
For
Sarah.
a motion.
And the motion that we be seeking approval for, that the board approves the 2023 draft budget as presented. Do I have a mover?
Neda.
Neda, seconder?
Kevin?
Kevin, all in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing any. Carried.
Okay, and before we move on to our next item, we're going to circle back and actually do a motion on the variance report that was presented to you earlier. And so, Stephen, I will pass that back to you to get a motion to approve the variance report.
Do I have a mover to accept the variance report? As
Mike, so
presented?
move.
Mike, Henry, all in favor? Carried. Anyone dissent? Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to pass the floor back to Fiza Assad, who is going to present the briefing note on the appointment of the auditor.
All right, thanks, Sarah. And I promise this is the last you'll hear from me. I know some of you are probably getting sick of it already. All right, so the final item that I have here for us is to appoint the auditor for the 2022 fiscal year. So just a bit of background here. At the September 2022 meeting, the executive committee, in their capacity as the financial committee, reviewed the completed auditor assessment tool and discussed observations that were made by the college staff who were working with the auditors and the committee members. So the audit quality indicators that were reviewed included the auditor's independence and objectivity, their level of professional skepticism, whether they were pushing back on the numbers that the college was reporting and asking all the right questions, the quality of the engagement team, their qualifications, the way that they executed the audit, their communications with board and staff members, and just the overall quality of service. Each of these items were addressed in detail, and feedback was provided by the executive committee. After completing the review and also reconfirming the cost of the auditor's services for the next year, the executive committee agreed that there was enough information to come to a conclusion and recommend that the auditor be reappointed for the following fiscal year audit, and that there was no need for changes to the assessment tool at this time.
Okay, any questions for Fiza on this one?
Sorry, I think there was a request to zoom in on that document. Diana, did you need to take a peek at it a little closer? It is a bit small.
Seeing some nodding. Did you want to zoom in a bit more?
I'm having a hard time seeing
That's
it. I
right.
don't know if it can be made bigger on this. That's better.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any questions from the board on this piece? Not seeing any. So with that, I will pass to Steve to move to a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that is seeking is that the board approve Gruel Gayet as the auditor for the 2022 fiscal year. Do I have a mover?
Samir.
Samir, seconder?
Amber,
Amber, all in favor? Anyone against? It's carried.
Okay. Wonderful. So we are now going to move on to the appointment of the Registrar's Review Subcommittee. And I am going to pass the floor to Amy to give some background on that piece.
Sure, Sarah, just before we move on to that, I think we were going to try and just circle back really quickly to a motion that was missed a little bit earlier on the agenda on the variance report that FISA presented.
Yes, I believe we did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies, everyone. Oh,
All good. Sorry, Amy, you're on mute.
Oh, Amy, you're muted.
sorry about that. Clicked it too zealously. Okay, so the Registrar's Review Subcommittee. So hopefully the board members recall that this is a process that you follow now. This is going to be the third year where the board is empowering a subcommittee of the executive committee to take the lead role on carrying out the registrar's annual performance review. So this means that the subcommittee is made up of 3 people, the chair, the vice chair, and then 1 additional member of the executive committee. And together, these 3 individuals work with the entire board as a whole to get your feedback from the registrar himself, and to then work with a consultant to prepare the registrar's performance review for the year, and then report back to the board on the outcomes. So the task that is before you today is to select the member of the executive committee who will be the 3rd person to make up this subcommittee. So you did elect and appoint your new executive committee this morning. So there are 3 members at large of the executive committee, Peggy Judge, Kevin Cloutier, and Tanya Namaben. So one of those 3 individuals needs to be selected for this subcommittee. So I'm going to turn it back over to Sarah, and this will run in a similar process to how the election ran this morning for the executive committee, where nominations will be requested from the group. The nominations must be seconded, and then that person accept the nomination. If there's more than 1 person nominated, we will proceed to a vote.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Amy. So with that, I would like to open the floor to nominations. Yes, Henry.
I'd like to nominate Kevin.
Oh, okay. So from Omar, we got a nomination for Kevin. And
I'd
just
like
to
to second that.
Okay, so Mike to second. Okay, so let's go to Kevin to see, does Kevin accept that nomination?
I'll accept the nomination. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, and Henry, you were going to say something as Omar did the nomination. Did you want to put forth a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Peggy Judge, please.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Peggy as well. Do I have a seconder? Okay, that's Dorina. And Peggy, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, I believe, Carolyn, we will move to a poll. We can open the floor to each of the candidates first to say some words should they choose to. Kevin, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Not much to add. Thanks for the nomination, and I'd gladly accept the position if so be it. Thank you.
Okay, and Peggy?
Aside from trouble unmuting myself, basically the same thing. I'm happy to step up and participate in that. I think I'm known to be fairly analytical about things, and I think that this job is one that's good to put those skills to use.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Okay, so Carolyn, how are we looking with the poll? just be. Here we go. Okay, so you have a poll up in front of you for the Registrar's Review Subcommittee with 2 names, and we'll ask you to place your vote.
And I'll just note for the participants, Amber sent a message that she needed to step away for a couple of minutes. So I think there will be 12 people voting with my count.
Okay, thank you. We've got 11 votes. So, okay, there we go. 12 votes. Okay, so I can end that poll. And shall I share the results publicly? Okay. Okay, and so in these results, we have Kevin with 58% of the vote. Okay.
I'll just say congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you, Peggy. Thanks, everyone. I'll do my best to lower Fazal's salary as much as possible.
Okay, so welcome, Kevin. We will now pass the floor to Steve to do a motion to complete that appointment.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion is to appoint Kevin Cloutier to the Performance Evaluation Compensation Subcommittee as elected. Do I have a mover?
Elsa?
Also, second, Peggy? All in favor? Anyone against? Carried.
Okay, excellent. So we will now move on to the election of the NEC representative. And Fazal, did you have any comments ahead of that?
Sure. So the national exam is run by a group called NACOR, which is made up of all the different provinces. And so that group is tasked with setting the entry to practice competencies and the entry to practice exam. There is another group called the NEC, the National Exams Committee, that meets from time to time to review the questions or review the format of the exam. And so that typically takes place in January. During the pandemic, the group met to make some pandemic adjustments to the exam to make sure that all the pandemic sort of accommodations were met. So the group is going to be meeting again this year, looking at the exam format, making some permanent changes. And so Jody Dodds, the executive director of NACOR, had put out a call at our national meetings to indicate that she's looking for NEC reps, specifically with background of the most recent exams sessions. So somebody who's got direct working experience being at the exams. Especially in Ontario, we've now added a French language exam as well. So we've been running not 2, but 3 exams. So somebody who's got some experience basically on the ground with the exam sessions that can bring that information back to the NEC meeting. So to that end, we had put a call out. There is no requirement to declare it in advance like it is for the executive, but Mr. Vizina, Robert Vizina, who's coming onto the board in January, indicated that he had interest in running for this position. He does have experience. He's been an examiner at several exam sessions, including all of the last recent ones. So he's expressed an interest in running for that. And we can also open it up to the floor, Sarah, to see if there's any other interest in it. But as per what Jody said, she very much is looking for experience being at the exams.
Okay, thank you for that background, Fazal. So as Fazal mentioned, the NEC representative will represent the college at NACOR with respect to the national examinations, and the rep does not need to be a board member, and that we had received that expression of interest from Rob Vizina. Would anyone like to make a nomination? And welcome back, Amber.
Thanks. Sorry, guys.
I can do the nomination, Neda.
Neda?
Yes.
And sorry, Netta, were you nominating Rob Vizina, or did you have a different nomination?
No, Rob.
Rob, okay. Okay, is there a seconder?
I'll
Derek?
second it, Derek.
Okay. Okay, and Fazal, I'm assuming with the expression of interest put in that if Rob was nominated, he had expressed that he would accept the nomination?
He did.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Yeah, go ahead, Diana.
Is there anybody who would like to be nominated?
Wasn't Derek in the list?
Derek, do you mind speaking to that?
I'm sorry, myself?
The question was that you were at one point had expressed interest.
I had expressed sorry, I can be heard. I had expressed interest, however, and I want to have a conversation about it. Currently, the examinations group is actually can't be done by board members because it's a conflict of interest at this point. So there's actually very few of us that actually meet that requirement of having had recent expertise on it. I think Rob would be an amazing candidate to do the role. He's got previous board experience and he's been an examiner recently. So I actually am fine with him in that role, and I would prefer not to take it on myself.
Thank you for that, Derek. Okay. Any other nominations? Go ahead, Dorina.
So Rob returning at the board, will he not be in conflict of interest running for that position?
He won't be able to examine when he's on the board, so won't be examining going forward. But he does have the experience coming in.
Dorina, did that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, last call for nominations. Okay, so with that, it sounds like our new NEC representative will be Rob Vizina, and I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion would be to appoint Rob Vizina to the position of National Examinations Committee representative as elected. Do I have you move?
Kevin.
Kevin, seconder?
Mike.
Okay. All in favor? Anyone in dissent? Not seeing any. Carried.
Okay, so with that, we will move on to the approval of the committee slate. And I will pass on to Amy or Stephen to give us an overview.
Okay. I just want to say that we're going to share the committee slate as recommended by the executive committee, and I'm going to turn over to Amy for further explanation. Amy.
Thanks, Steve. So I'll get this up on the screen. So this morning, this group discussed the changes to committee compositions based on a proposal from the governance committee where there would be a reduction in overlap between the board and the committees. So over lunch today, the executive committee met and we presented a slate to them that took into account these new committee composition requirements that the board approved this morning. So this should be just popping up on the screen for you now. So this new slate meets the new criteria that the board approved this morning, which is a reduction in overlap between people sitting on the board and those sitting on the committees. So what you'll see on this document before you is that board members may see that they're on fewer committees than they have been accustomed to in the past, and there are more positions on each committee being filled by committee members, appointed committee members. The color coding that you see in front of you, green represents our professional board members, yellow represents our government appointed board members, gray represents the optician appointed members, and orange are the public appointed members. So there's also, you'll notice for the Quality Assurance Committee, a division between a main panel and an accreditation panel. that accreditation panel, if we scroll down just slightly, you'll see there is one non-optician appointed to that panel as directed by the board this morning. But that committee, which says at least 6 people, the executive committee recommended during our meeting today to add one more optician to that panel, just to address any concerns that were brought up in this morning's conversation about having enough optician technical experience on this panel, which has a heavy workload, to make sure that there is enough expertise at the table. So I will pause there, and I'm happy to make any other clarification points. Oh, sorry, before I do pause, I'll just remind everyone that the discipline committee includes everybody, all our board members and all our appointed members. The discipline committee does not sit as a committee. Panels are struck when there's a need to hold a hearing, and that's why everyone is added to that committee. That way, panels can be struck from a group that has no conflicts and the right number of composition, the right number of people to meet the composition requirements. So with that, I will turn it back over to Sarah to start the conversation.
Good. And any questions on the committee? And Samir, I just saw a note in the chat. Or maybe you're having some technical difficulties, but I'm not sure if you had a question.
I'm not sure whether my camera is on or not. It's actually, I'm seeing it. Thanks, Mike, for pointing it out. Mike had sent me a message that is my video off or not. I'm not sure it's actually working on my end. I see myself into the meeting, but I'm not too sure whether.
Okay, no, we can't see you, Samir.
Maybe sign back in.
Yeah.
Maybe after this vote.
There's a break right after this agenda item, Samir. Maybe during the break we can try and troubleshoot your technical issues.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Sounds good.
That sounds good. Questions on the committee slate? Any feedback or comments? Not seeing any comments, Amy, on the committee slate. So it looks as though everyone is happy with the breakdown, if I can make that assumption. So with that, I think we're okay to move to a motion. Amy, I'm not sure if we highlighted and I may have missed it, the election process that will be happening tomorrow with respect to the chair and vice chair.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Sarah. So once this slate has been approved, these will be your committees for 2023. And after the meeting ends tomorrow, we are going to be inviting everyone, including our appointed committee members who are hopefully following this on the live stream right now, to join us for committee chair and vice chair elections. We'll hold the elections via Zoom. We'll go one committee at a time, and we'll ask that everyone bear with us as we do this in a virtual format to try and make sure that we have all of our committees up and running so that as of January 1st, everyone can get to work.
Perfect. Okay, so if there's no additional comments or questions with respect to the committee slate, I will pass to Stephen for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion is to approve the committee slate as presented. Do I have a mover?
So moved.
Henry, second?
Omar.
Omar, all in favor? Anyone against? Carries. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have, as Amy indicated, a break. We are slightly ahead of agenda. Do we want to go forward with the break now and come back in 15 minutes? What do folks think? Need to stretch our legs? I'm seeing a little bit of nodding. Okay, so why don't we take a break then, 15 minutes. Just a reminder that we'll just have you mute and video off when you're on break. We'll put the timer up and we'll see everyone in 15.
So, Madam Chair, in recognition of that, okay, we're going already.
Hi, Omar. Hi, Omar. Can you see me? This is Samir.
Hi, Samir. How are you doing?
Good, 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 good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Is my video visible now?
Huh?
Can you
Yeah.
see me? Yeah?
No, Samir, we
Oh,
still
no.
can't see you,
No, thank you.
unfortunately.
Okay.
So Samir, I'm not sure that we'll be able to solve your issue, especially mid-broadcast, but what we can ask is if you can use your raise hand function to make sure that you're weighing in on any motions and give a verbal notation of when you're voting in favor of something.
Absolutely. Yes, we'll do that.
Okay, thanks so much, Samir.
Hello, everyone. Let folks kind of rejoin. Put their cameras back on where possible. Now we have a few folks with some technical difficulties. Okay, so I think we have most folks back. Samir, as Amy noted, just we'll look to you to get indications other than via video for motions. Oh, perfect. Got the reactions going, so that's great. Okay, so welcome back. We are in sort of the back half of the agenda. And as we noted before we went on break, we are a little bit ahead of the agenda coming into the last break, which is never a bad place to be. But that does mean that we're ahead for our invited speaker, Gord. So we're going to suggest that we move ahead to 13.0, which begins us with our updates on the strategic plan, work plan. Does that work for everyone? Okay, so with that, then I am going to turn the floor to Amy to give an update on the status of the strategic work plan.
Thanks, Sarah. So this is just a piece for the board's information so that we can just look back and see what we've accomplished this year on your strategic agenda work plan. So as you know, this is the document that you prepare on an annual basis to make sure that you're staying on track with all of the work that you look to complete during the year. It's a bit of a moving and shifting document that we adjust for as conditions change and to make sure that we're keeping up with things that might change during the course of the year. So this is just to make sure that everyone is comfortable with where we have ended up. The color coding on the work plan demonstrates where things have been added or removed or deferred. And we have gotten to the point where, as of December, things had either been bumped forward. There's a couple of items that we noted in your briefing note that have been deferred to 2023 for The reasons being that there was further information needed on the status of regulatory amendments before moving forward with some registration policy items. And the one other thing to draw your attention to is in December, we've got everything completed here with the publication of our annual report pending in 1 to 2 weeks time. So stay tuned for that. I think there wasn't anything else specific to draw your attention to on this. I just wanted to turn it back over to Sarah in case there are any questions or comments from the group.
Great. Are there any comments, feedback, questions from the group for Amy with respect to the status of the 2020 strat plan? Okay, not seeing any. Okay. Perfect. So, Amy, did you want to move on to talk about the 2023 plan at this time?
Well, I think before we can talk about the work plan for 2023, we're going to need to approve the 2023 to 2025 strategic plan. So that will be a precursor to that work plan being aligned with the new strategic plan that the board is going to be adopting. So perhaps we can move on to that if everyone's in agreement.
Okay, so we will move on to item 14.0, the approval of the draft strategic plan. And I will pass, I believe, to Stephen to give a bit of an update.
Thanks, Sarah. 2022 marks the end of our current 3-year strategic plan. Many significant strides were made with the biggest focus on improving board governance to ensure public trust. College started its environmental scan and gathering data back in the fall of 2021, which included an extensive public survey of over 1,000 residents. Surveys, individual interviews with major stakeholders, and focus groups were conducted in early 2022, and all of the results were compiled for the board to conduct a 2-day strategic planning session in the spring of 2022. These results were particularly interesting in light of the pandemic we all went through. The board and its appointed members have worked with an external facilitator to develop the 2023 to 2025 strategic plan. The draft plan was reviewed by the board in October and is here for ratification today. Diversity, equity, and inclusion continue to be a central focus. The board will continue to refine governance and will explore the reduction of unauthorized practice. And I want to thank everyone's input into this document. It's been well worth coming. And again, getting 1,000 public opinion surveys coming in from the public was just tremendous. Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you, Stephen. Comments, questions, feedback from the board on the strategic plan? Yeah, Samir.
Now, hopefully everyone can see me.
We can see you, yes.
Absolutely, great. Thanks, Rizal, for helping me sort that thing out. Anyway, going back to this strategic plan, actually, this is by far, I've seen the best so far. I've been with the board, which is basically pillar-wise, just clear set what's for public, what's for optician members, and what's the organization goal going to look like. So by far, this is the best I've seen it so far. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir. Henry. Oh, Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious, the unauthorized practicing that's taking place and the monitoring of that, Fazal, I might be jumping the gun, but how's that going to happen? I know you've already budgeted for hiring somebody, so that's one big plus. But can you give any more details on that, or is that jumping the gun?
It's a little bit early in the process. We were going to bring the person in. The thought is we've had some different techniques. We've got to look at what's sort of cost effective and leveraging our better database. Long ago, there was a bit of a blitz on it where we were checking cross-referencing opticians and optical stores and seeing where there was optical stores without opticians registered. And we would do sort of a first pass, sort of light touch or right touch approach, where we would ask for a compliance package and see if that was an oversight that they didn't register the optician, that the optician didn't register that store with their place of work and things. So we're looking at cost-effective ways of sort of doing, kind of reaching as many stores as possible, double checking that there are not any oversights, and then going the more expensive route as things go, but sort of a tiered approach, so that we're not going straight to the most expensive route, which is sending in people physically popping into doors, because that's kind of intimidating, kind of expensive, and not very efficient. So we're going to work out that process as the year comes to an end and we get this new person onboarded. But we're just lining ourselves up. We're actually in the midst of hiring right now.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And Netta, I know you had to step away for a moment, so we're just on to 14.0, which was the draft strategic plan, sorry. And I see that there's a comment from Samir and then Netta. Go ahead, Samir. You're just muted, Samir.
Sorry, Sarah, I actually already made my comment.
Okay, just a
that. Sorry, I
legacy
just
hand.
forgot to, yes, exactly.
No problem. Go ahead, Netta.
Following question to Henry's question, Fazal. I know the part that if the optician is not on duty, that would be one case of the unauthorized practice. And what about the cases that if they're doing the unlawful claims or for other insurance purposes under the opticianry invoicing, is that falls under unauthorized practice as well?
No, like unauthorized practice is a non-member practicing and or holding out to be an optician. So what you're talking about is member misconduct. What the board was more identifying was going after unauthorized practice where there's an absence of optician. And one thing to also differentiate is you don't need to have an optician at all staffing hours or opening hours of the store, but if there's dispensing happening during those hours, that dispensing has to be done by a registered health professional and or under their delegation. So we want to explore, from what we understand from the board, is those people who are pretending to be opticians or stores conducting business with no opticians.
Perfect. Then if it's that falls under the misconduct, and if it's other registered health professional involved in that, let's say it's going to be the unauthorized for the other college?
No. So if it's somebody who's not an optician dispensing what we call illegally, that's unauthorized practice. And if they're doing, insurance claims and things like that, they're not our member. That's actually what they're committing as fraud, which would have to be escalated to the insurance company. Because they're not our member, we wouldn't look at it for professional misconduct. If it was a member of another health profession, it would be reported to their college.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments related to the strategic plan? Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
On that note, if you find unauthorized practice, what's your recourse?
So if we find some action of unauthorized practice, then it's a different process than our internal process. We would seek to stop that person or entity from dispensing or holding out as an optician, and that would involve an injunction with the court. Amy, tell me if I'm talking out of my hat, as I'm not a lawyer.
No, you did well, yes. So we could go to court to seek an injunction to require them to stop engaging in that conduct. And if they breach the injunction, if it's granted, then it can be escalated to further steps, including being in violation of an injunction or contempt of court.
Thank you.
Any last thoughts on the strategic plan? Okay, so not hearing any, I will pass to Stephen then to do a motion to approve the strategic plan.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion would be to approve the 2023 to 2025 strategic plan. Do I have a mover?
Samir.
Samir, second?
Amber?
Amber?
All in favor? Anyone against? Not seeing any. Carried.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you, Stephen. Now, I know we were already getting some questions about the how-to piece, so people are eager to see the work plan. Looking to Fazal and Amy, do we want to hit pause there? I know we have Gord in the waiting room, or would you like to forge ahead with the work plan?
I think with Gord being here, Amy wouldn't mind just getting back on track. And
I think so, yeah. Let's get Gord in because I know he's in the waiting room, and yeah, hold all those thoughts.
Okay, so we'll get you to hold your thoughts about the work plan, and we are going to welcome Gord. Welcome, Gord.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for rejoining us this afternoon. And Gord will be providing us with the quarterly policies for content review with updates to 3 governance policies. So go ahead, Gord.
Great. Well, as you know, at each meeting of the governance committee, we bring forward policies that are scheduled for the content review. And there are 3 policies up for review now. They are, number 1, corporate identity, public image, and communication policy. That's one policy. The second policy is director job description policy. And the third one is the board strategic agenda work plan policy. So the committee is recommending minor updates to 2 of the policies and the status quo for the third. I'll go over them one at a time and turn it back over to the chair for a motion before putting it forward for a new policy. The public interest consideration identified for each policy is that reviewing the content of governance policies ensures that policies are consistent and effective, and that the college is up to date with regulations, technology, and regulatory best practices. So we'll start with corporate identity, public image, and communications policy. Only minor amendments are being suggested for this policy to remove reference to a policy that no longer exists. That's it. So I'll pass this over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Gord. Any questions with respect to this policy? Seeing shaking heads. Gord outlined the public interest consideration identified by the committee. Does the board agree with these? Are there any additional ones that you would like to highlight? Go ahead, Samir.
Sarah, I have a question for Gord. Into the briefing note that was provided to the board for review. It says about C appendix A, which I don't see attached into the attached with the briefing note. Is that possibility? If you can see that appendix, please.
I don't have that on hand. Sarah,
Yeah, apologies. I'm looking at the virtual boardroom now, Samir. I think, and apologies, I think the appendices might have been missed there. So apologies for that. I'm wondering, hold on, if, we'll just try and get that up on the screen for you now. So just bear with me for just a moment.
Thanks, Amy. So we'll just give it a moment and then we'll pull up that Appendix A so that everyone has a chance to see those specifics before we look to do a motion on those items. Thank you for highlighting that, Samir. Okay.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
So hopefully everyone can see this now. So this is the first policy with the minor amendment that Gord made reference to.
Any questions, comments, or feedback, having had a chance to view Appendix A? Okay. And we didn't hear any additional comments or feedback with respect to the public interest considerations that were raised on this item. If I can ask to see a show of consensus that folks are comfortable moving forward with a motion on this one. Okay, that's everyone. Okay, so with that, Steve, I will pass to you.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the proposed amendments to the corporate identity, public image, and communications policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
I saw Henry.
Henry, seconder?
Amber?
Amber, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried.
Okay, so we'll let you go ahead, Gord, then with the next one.
Thanks, Sarah. Next, we will look at the director job description policy. No updates are being proposed for this policy at this time, as it appears that this policy remains relevant to meet the board's needs. So, does anyone have any questions or comments?
Questions, comments on this one? Omar, was that a comment? No.
No, I was just scratching my head.
Just a head scratch. Okay. The public interest consideration again was outlined below. Would anyone like to identify any additional considerations from a public interest perspective? Okay, I'm seeing shaking heads. Can we see a show for agreement on moving forward with this item? Okay, and that's everyone. So I will pass again to our chair, Stephen.
Thank you, Sarah. And the motion they're seeking is that the board approve the status quo for the director job description policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Like, so move.
Mike, seconder?
Amber?
Amber, all in favor? Anyone against? Carried.
Okay, very good. So Gord, we'll let you go on with the third.
Thank you. Finally, we'll turn to the board strategic agenda work plan policy. Some changes are being proposed for this policy to reformat so that it's easier to read and presented in a way that's more consistent with other policies that the board has adopted since the policy was first approved. No changes are being proposed to the substantive content of the policy. That's everything.
Questions, comments, feedback on this item? Seeing some thumbs up from folks. Is that a question as well, Omar? Just a thumbs up.
Just a thumbs up, yeah.
Okay. Seeing a couple of other thumbs up from folks. Okay. Are there any additional, again, public interest considerations that the board would like to identify? No. Okay. Okay, so we will test for agreement on this, moving forward with this one as well. If we can see your hands once again. Okay, I think that was everyone. Diana, I just missed you. If you don't mind just showing your hand. Okay, super. So I will pass back to Stephen for our last motion on this item.
Thank you. And the motion that we're seeking is that the board approve the proposed amendments to the board's strategic agenda work plan policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Kevin.
Kevin, seconder?
Elsa?
Elsa?
Elsa, give it that.
All in favor? Anyone against? Carries.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to keep with Gord here, but we're going to move on to the pre-election, pre-appointment screening process policy.
So there's a new policy in front of you today for consideration. This policy relates to the screening process for board and appointed member candidates. As you know, the board approved set of competencies in 2021 that all candidates for the board or committees must be screened in a way of interview before the screening committee. There are already bylaws in place that establish the process, but a need has been identified for a policy that will cover some of the more procedural aspects of the process. So a new policy is therefore before you, if approved, that would establish a process for regular review and publication of the competencies and establish a time frame for when individuals who have had previously undergone a screening interview would have to repeat the process. Does that seem clear?
Any questions, additional clarity that is needed for folks? Feedback or comments on this item? Okay, it's either crystal clear or not enough caffeine on people's afternoon break. Okay, it looks like it was clear for folks. With respect to the public interest consideration that was again identified as part of the review, are there any additional pieces beyond the emphasis on being fair, efficient, and transparent? Anything else that the board wants to raise from a public interest consideration? Okay, so at this time then I'd like to test for agreement from folks on moving forward to a motion on this one. Okay, so with that, Steve, I will pass the floor to you.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're seeking is to approve the pre-election, pre-appointment screening process policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Netta?
Netta, seconder?
Mike?
Mike, all in favor? Anyone against? Carries.
Okay, so thank you, Gord, for joining us and for those presentations. And I think that concludes all of the presentations we have you leading us through this afternoon.
My pleasure. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Gord.
Thanks, Gord.
Okay, so with that, we're going to hopefully the strategic plan is still fresh in our minds, and we're going to hop back forward to the 2023 strategic agenda / work plan, and I will invite Amy to speak to that.
Thanks, Sarah. So congratulations to the board on approving your strategic plan for the next 3 years. So we're going to get right to work on that. And this work plan that's been set out for 2023 is just the starting point. most of what you'll see on this work plan for this year so far coming up are a lot of the routine quarterly matters that you've become accustomed to. And starting right in February or at March at your very first meeting, you're also going to be getting your first monitoring report on the new strategic plan that you've just approved. And that's where you're going to be seeing the detailed strategies and key performance indicators that we'll be identifying to make sure that the goals identified in your strategic plan are on track and achieved in the way that you would like to see. So what's before you today is the work plan that takes you through each quarter of 2023 and maps out the various goals that you're hoping to check off the list. This is going to be, once again, like last year, a shifting document as we adapt and respond to things that are happening around us. So this is going to come back to you in May to have a look at where we're at and make any adjustments that you think are necessary. But for now, what you're being asked to do is take a look at this document and identify whether it's capturing what you're hoping to see at this point for 2023. And if so, we will ask for your approval so that we can get to work.
Okay, so we can open the floor then to any feedback, comments, questions for clarity for Amy or the team with respect to the agenda / work plan. Any questions at all on that item? Okay, not seeing any, Amy. So with that, we can move to a motion then on the agenda / work plan.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion is to approve the 2023 strategic work plan. Do I have a mover?
Henry?
Henry, seconder?
Amber?
Amber, all in favor? Anyone against? Carries.
Okay, so we're going to move on now to the standard 8.0 refraction and refracting status, and we're going to invite Dorina Riaz to take the floor here to provide this overview.
All right, thank you. So this item is before you, the board, to actually gather feedback regarding committee's proposal that standard 8, and as a result, the refraction designation be sunset prior to circulating to the proposal to the stakeholders. So I'm sure everybody read this item full object in your agenda, but I'll brief you with some points. So in opticianry, we refer to refraction as form of a vision test. This determines whether corrective lenses are required and what power lenses should be. By contrast, a prescription is the result of an eye examination, and it consists of a refraction and other health related tests. And the prescription will be released by an authorized prescriber, not the opticians. Under the Opticianry Act 1991, registered opticians are prohibited from dispensing eyeglasses, contact lenses, and other eyewear vision devices based on a prescription released by themselves, but only by an optometrist or a medical doctor. So Ministry of Health had raised concerns that the public may confuse refraction with prescribing. And optometrists identified they had concerns that opticians may use refraction to generate or alter prescriptions, and that eye disease may go undiagnosed. if patients opted to receive a refraction only in order to purchase eyewear. So this is what strengthened the prohibition under the Optician Act 1991. Ministry of Health directed the college to collaborate with other stakeholders and asked to develop a standard. And until such time, they directed the college to restrict registrants from refracting. The college made efforts with other stakeholders on developing a standard, but at the time, the key meaningful collaboration. As a result, the college independently developed and approved the refraction standard in December 2008 and began issuing refraction designations to those who completed the specific education. As of February 2009, the Ministry of Health requested that college take immediate steps to prohibit the performance of refractometry by altering prescription by registrants. Then the college continued to issue refraction designations. In July 2009, Ministry of Health issued an order to the college that it immediately ceased granting refraction status to its registrants. This administrative hold remains in place today. Opticians who received approval to refract as of July 2009, the latest date, were able to continue performing refractions as per standards developed by the college. And the standards aim to separate refraction from prescribing. So we took precautions there. So now, of the many people who got education, initial 41 managed to gain this refracting status, as you all know. Most of them have stopped using the designation or the practice of refracting, and about 10 are still using their knowledge and ability to do to refract. The remainder are no longer really practicing to or have signed an undertaking not to refract. So the practice environment has changed significantly in the past decade. The College of Optometrists updated their professional misconduct regulation, and that allows optometrists to work in shared practices with opticians. And therefore, a need for working under delegation came up. So this resulted in an increase in practice advice, increase about collaborative environments and tasks related to pre-testing. Pre-testing, as you all know, consists of a variety of tests that may include refraction. This for a comprehensive eye exam, but it's not ending as a decision factor for the licensed optician. In 2020, the college approved standard number 10, which runs in parallel with standard number 8. The standard addresses the giving and receiving a delegation by opticians and addresses the performance of refraction by opticians with or without refracting designation under the delegation or assignment of a provider as part of pre-testing. So the committee that met recently considered whether standard 8 continued to reflect current practice environments, whether there was anything opticians with refracting status would be prevented from doing if they're just working under standard 10, and whether there is a need for refraction designation and whether standard 10 adequately addresses refraction. So to better understand how and when opticians were refracting, the college engaged in stakeholder consultation. So all this refracting status holders were invited to participate in a focus group, and they were asked specific questions to this knowledge task and whether they want to choose to seek refraction status, whether currently they refract, what barriers do they face, whether standard 10 allows them to do what they currently do. And in addition to assets, the continued relevance of standard 8. All registrants were invited to participate in a survey as well. So when the feedback from was received, the Clinical Practice Committee noted that standalone refraction has caused a lot of confusion for the public, as we have the information posted on our website, and anybody can go and see who does what, and then they read this content, and then they wonder whether this is clear or is not clear, and they further ask questions. Then none of them appear to be able to point to anything they currently do in their practice that they wouldn't be able, like I said, to do in standard 10. And if standard 8 is restrictive, there was no compelling reason identify why refraction status remained necessary. And when probed, opticians with refracting status actually seem to want the ability to prescribe. So they felt like they have enough reasons to want to be able to do that. But it is important to note that refraction is not a controlled act, and all opticians are able to refract under assignment or delegation, but under no circumstances can they dispense optical appliances without valid prescription. Refraction is not prescribing, it's just part of dispensing. Opticians' scope expansion is not a part of our discussion today. That's a different topic. And eliminated standard 8 will not take away the ability for an optician to complete a manifest over refraction to properly address a fitting and adjustment of eyeglasses or contact lenses. So that brings us to the point that if sunsetting the refraction status and eliminated standard 8 would relieve tensions with optometrists, will engage some trust with the Ministry of Health and provide greater clarity for registrants. And yet concerns have been raised over public confusion between prescribing and refracting, and possibly undetecting eye disease in the event that a patient does not receive a regular eye exam. And it is imperative that refracting is clearly defined and the issue of eye health is clearly addressed. And therefore, the committee noted that there doesn't appear to be a negative impact to the public by eliminating standard 8. And as a result, sunsetting the refraction designation. And we would like a feedback from the board to start circulating this proposal to stakeholders' feedback. So yes, this is a topic on many opticians' minds. So I'd like to open the floor for you to feedback and comment.
Thank you, Jarina. So we'll open the floor now to comments, questions, feedback, and I see that Henry has his hand. So go ahead, Henry.
Well, reading this thing as a Jarina, as a public member, I thought it was excellent. It really explained to me the difference, what goes on, and how we can convey this to the public, I think is an important consideration on the board's part. The one that puzzled me a little bit at the start was this word sunset. I'm thinking of Aurora Rogers riding out in the desert to the sunset. What is another word that can be used for sunset? I know what you mean. I think you mean that sunset means it's going to be put away slowly, right? I've never heard sunset used other than sunset. Explain.
Yes.
Jarina, did you want to clarify?
Yes. It was a little bit of a funny choice of word for me when I first heard it. it wasn't my choice of word, but it is emotionally talking about keeping two things in parallel and then allowing one to actually set and something else to rise. So somebody who actually put this document together and approved by the big people that actually approve things here liked it. So I adopted it.
Okay, well, you will not find that that definition in any dictionary or,
No,
or Google or anything.
We
Okay,
have some
fine.
impressive imagination at work
Okay.
here.
Well, I'll
thank-
just qualify there. It's not the imaginative works of DreamWorks here, but the words that come out of the HPRAC report by the ministry.
Really?
Yep. And it's those words have been used since 1996.
I'll tell them to put it in Oxford.
I think I've heard the terminology used before.
We're actually still keeping it until we decide what to do. So in fact, the nice literature here gives us room for further decisions. So I'm okay with that.
Anyways, great report. Really, really good.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dorina. We'll hear from Stephen and then Kevin.
Dorina, what is your time frame that you're looking for to get the feedback back from stakeholders?
So first of all, we thought and pondered a lot. It is a rather emotional issue for many opticians to, adopt and lose title and move on with between the lines, other designations or no designation. But first, we need your approval to send it back. So then it's going to be sent back to stakeholders in forms of letters and surveys. And then the time frame is really quite beyond 6 months. If I could be safe to say a year or so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then we had Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. I think the committee did the proper due diligence on this. The term, I guess, created a lot of murkiness that entails with that designation. So not to mention that the most who had the designations has stopped using it. So I just want to commend Dorina and the committee on that great work that I think will just clarify our profession. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I just
Kevin.
wanted to mention here, if I may, the optician that is holding the designation has to do extra number of credits. They have to do extra reporting on their transacting to do with refraction to the college. So it is quite an involving process for those who still do.
Okay, thanks, Dorina. Amy and then Fazal.
I was just going to touch on the timeline for this to come back to the board for a final decision. In your work plan that you just looked at for 2023, this was tentatively slotted in for your second meeting of the year in early June. Now, of course, that will depend on how the consultations go in the spring, because as Dorina pointed out, this is an issue that we want to make sure we hear from all stakeholders on and get have them have an opportunity to weigh in, because of course it's an important issue and it's been something that's been ongoing for this profession for quite some time. So that is tentative, and you will hopefully receive an update at least by that time from the committee report on how things are progressing with the consultations, or it'll be back for you at that point.
Thank you, Amy. Fazal, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just segueing from that, it was on the same theme about timing. Typically, our consultation window is 60 days if we're doing a survey. So we'll put that out in the new year. And as Amy said, hopefully, once the results of the survey or feedback cycle goes through, it comes back to the committee. The committee looks at that and will make recommendations, maybe alter and or stay the course, and then bring it to the next available board meeting, which will put it possibly at March or June. So whenever we get the results back, the committee sees it and then back out to the board.
Any other questions or feedback or comments? No. Okay. What about with respect to the public interest considerations? Would someone volunteer to highlight for me what some of the public interest considerations are on this file?
Yes, I think one of the most important public consideration would be we're avoiding confusion. So when we're reporting of our competencies on the main page of our website, or if anybody's curious to know, okay, if I am going to visit an optician, will this person be able to do certain things for me? I think that would be a better outcome for any member of the public to see at least a break from the page that we have right now, which says, yeah, they can do. Some of them can, but we're not allowing them unless they do things in a way that is almost impossible to perform such a thing. So a lay person will not understand whether an optician can or cannot in a rightful way deal with their needs. So I think it's time that we use a newer language that is actually spelling out what we do and what we can do with our standards and the competencies. So for now, I think that is a great deal. Not only a public member, but also interprofessional. Like if a medical doctor reads what we can do, we trigger another set of questions, and that sends people for more answers from the college.
Thank you, Dorina. Henry, did you have something to add?
Well, just to the more public knowledge, the better. So ditto the comments that were just made.
Okay, thank you, Henry. What about in terms of DEI considerations? Anything that someone wanted to highlight?
In terms of DEI, I'm gonna specifically say this: people who have this designation and they are reporting diligently to the college have an added set of work to do. They're under the radar for reporting. Also the college uses resources to check and review their reporting. So that takes a little bit of a pressure from them. So making them more available to other tasks as opticians.
Thank you, Dorina. Let's hear from Mike and then from Peggy.
As a refracting optician, I hope that we still take into account the education that these folks have taken, like over and above opticians, and what it's cost them. They had to do an extensive exam. They were told they would be able to do it, so they took the education to try and get that designation to be able to do it. So I'm looking forward to seeing, and will that report be, because I won't be part of the college, but I'd like to know where we're going to find that information from response from people.
So Mike, you're wondering about the results from the stakeholder, the feedback report?
Correct.
Yep, Dorina or
Yes, I wanted to say that I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying, Mike. I did take the same course. I have not been able to get my designation as you or others did. And it's rather emotional to see that gone, and rather emotional to not be sure if this will continue in exact or seamless way. But the way it existed so far, it was it was a complete detriment to both sides, inclusion and public interest. It was not satisfying our interest as professionals, as it just showed that we're banned from doing things that we also know how to do, but we're not permitted to do. So I really look forward to this circulation and to this feedback that will actually give us results to move standard 10 to a better language and more ease of use and understanding for both public and practitioners.
I still believe that the people that have done it, including yourself, if they wrote the exam and they got the delegation, they should be given something. If it ever do a scope of practice that we expand, that those folks that have that delegation shouldn't have to repeat all of the things that somebody new coming aboard will, because all the schools now, I believe, have adapted and are educating their new students with refracting.
I hope so. I hope so very much, and that would be subject for a different discussion. As I mentioned at the beginning, this discussion is not meant to bring the topic of scope increase, but I think as this meeting is recorded, maybe it should be a record of us willing to further this topic into more than it is before us right now. So I think I would love to see members of this committee taking this topic further.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dorina. Fazal, did you want to comment before we hear from Peggy and Samir?
Yeah, just in that it's a bit of a response to Mike. I think one thing that we will be very careful with or diligent in communicating is the education is actually not going to go to waste. With standard 10, refraction becomes something that's open to people who are graduating from school soon, because as of September 2021, most accredited schools have got refraction now built into their base competencies. Those opticians who took these refraction courses before any of this, such as yourself, Mike, and Dorina, that's something that can't be taken away. And under standard 10, we do speak to the fact that while all 3,200 opticians in Ontario can refract under these specifications, you still have to have the knowledge, skills, and judgment. So just because you can doesn't mean you should. Somebody like yourself, Mike, somebody like Dorina, who has the knowledge, skills, and judgment can take advantage of standard 10. Those people graduating from the program, probably in 2023, 24, 25, by the time they come out the other end, they'll have the knowledge, skills, and judgment. And there's an opportunity for those in the middle to take upgrading courses and continue refraction education. So the education you've gotten will not go to waste. And I think that's an important message that the college has to put out there. Because we have made it clear that just because you can refract doesn't mean you should refract. You've got to have the knowledge, and so that knowledge is not lost, or that effort or investment is not going to be lost.
Well stated, but you have to make that person that has taken that program understand exactly what you just said.
Yep. And
like you're still going to have something. It's just how it's going to break down.
Yeah. And you know, we've made efforts in the initial stakeholder consultation to invite this intimate group of 40 to sit with us. We had about 10 show up, you know, to seek their input and things, and we'll continue to keep this in mind for sure.
Okay, so let's hear from Peggy and then Samir.
As it stands currently, are the refracting opticians able to refract under delegation?
Yes.
There's not a restriction.
No restriction, no.
And to Mike's point, I was wondering how do you capture on the register that group has that specialty or that expertise, so that because we put a sunset on one standard, that it doesn't just become lost information that those people have those skills and have taken that training. So to me, that needs to be captured someplace.
So I'm gonna say this, sorry.
That's fine, Dorina. What's the answer?
I was gonna say that the standard number 8 is not going to be erased from the common knowledge anybody can learn by going on the site until proper format of us moving this topic under standard 10 will be taken throughout all the processes elaborated here today. So
how many people are we talking about?
The remainder, about 10, and maybe fewer than 10 are still conforming to the requirements imposed by the college to them.
So really, it's a very small number of people, and yet we want to have, I want to call it the computer system, so that information is available to anybody to look and see. But I guess we're, based on what you're saying about new grads having this information, it's something in general that needs to be captured. And maybe for public safety, that because you can doesn't mean you should, or just because you implies they actually have the knowledge. But that gets documented in some manner that actually protects the public, so that people can't come along and say, well, I know how. That we actually have that.
That's right. It is true what you say, and it is difficult to quantify this in front of the novice public members. Okay, but there is no way somebody that does complex fits, whether in a field or another of opticianry, doesn't need to have a bit more knowledge than just basic knowledge to like entry to practice knowledge. So I'll say this, from 2000 school year 2022 and 2023, schools have adopted the knowledge pool to be taught in schools of opticianry about refraction. It was before, it wasn't so elaborated as it is right now. It was just more of a notion of general knowledge, but now it's a thorough, in-depth kind of subjects of study. And that will make the remainder graduates think and rethink their knowledge, skills, and abilities in front of the newer trends of the profession.
And I guess the other point, I talk about the public, but even the optometrist or the ophthalmologist delegating, it's helpful for them to know who there's some education background that the person has that they're delegating to. They need to be watching, but I think that's worthwhile information for them to have.
Well, this is a skill, it's an undeniable knowledge, so either you have it or you don't have it. There's no way you can work without having the knowledge and practical skills. So you just don't have this if you don't have this.
Okay, thank you, Dorina, and to Peggy. I want to hear from Samir, and then we'll get to Fazal, and then we'll make sure that we have time for that motion, and a reminder that it really is around that circulation out to stakeholders for feedback. Okay, Samir, go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah. So I'm definitely with Mike. What Mike has just said it. I'm sympathetic to that. Not only they graduated, they took the course and they graduated from that. They did licensing exam for that. But they, over the past so many years, they have registered, they have to complete 2 extra credits, which the general optician didn't do it. So that is also money there as well. But what I'm happy about, it's the DEI perspective that I'm looking at it, that everyone will be treated equally going forward. That's what I'm getting out of this. Also, my question to Dorina is, by imposing this standard 10, by bringing this refractions by this delegation, are we asking all the optician to mandatory complete refraction credit going forward? Or how does that gonna look forward?
No.
And second question is around about round about the public registrar, basically. So someone like Mike, yourself, who completed, I believe Derek is also part of that group as well. Are you guys, or are we honoring those opticians who have refracting status? Are we putting that, are we still keeping them in a public registrar as in refracting opticians there?
I can speak to that.
Oh, go ahead, Sal.
Okay. So if we, the government had told us to cease issuing refracting statuses way back 2010, I think. The whole conversation is this confusion between some are refracting opticians, some aren't, but even those who are not can refract now. And then is it under standard 8 or is it under standard 10? So the whole sunsetting conversation, or sort of putting to bed this designation, just like CCLF, certified contact lens fitter, which we also sunsetted several years ago. This is the same type of thing. The designation would go, as well as the standard that goes with it. So we cannot get rid of the standard without the designation. So that's what this whole discussion is there's 40 people out of 3,200 that hold this designation. Actively, 10 are reporting into us. None are really using it, and one is possibly doing it incorrectly. So it's not great stats. Backing up to the discussion that Peggy was asking about the computer system, or what I would say the database, we do have on there refraction as one of the filters. So it does tell you if somebody refracts. If we sunset this, that designation, we'd have to figure out the nuts and bolts would maybe go away. But we also have areas of practice that we voluntarily let people place when they're renewing their license, including low vision, children, We would probably, insert refraction there if it's an area that you're competent in. So we would have the public interest covered there on the public register.
Sorry,
Thank you, Fazal.
My internet was having interruption, so thanks, Fazal, for picking up for me.
No problem.
Okay. Peggy, a final comment before we close out this piece?
One person who was doing it incorrectly, were they doing the refractions incorrectly or the process incorrectly?
The process.
Okay. So if there aren't any additional comments or feedback, I will pass to Stephen to look for a motion on the circulation of this piece.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion is to circulate the clinical practice committee's proposal for stakeholder feedback. Do I have a mover?
Neda?
Neda, seconder? Peggy? All in favor? Anyone against? It carries.
I think we just didn't see Derek. I'm not sure if he's had to step away. I just want to make sure that it's counted in those votes. Oh, and you're muted, Derek.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Perfect. That's okay. Okay, so then we will move on to the 2023 board meeting dates, and I will let Stephen take care of that.
Thank you. Just gonna see the dates are in front of you. What we've done is the orientation dates are listed in for January 23, and we've moved the board meetings from, because February was just going to be too jammed for staff, administrative staff to get everything ready for a board meeting. So we've moved that back a month to March, and that would probably, if everyone's in agreement, would be a hybrid meeting. And then in June, we would try to aim for the 5th and 6th to be an in-person meeting. That way there's weather is not an issue for people traveling for long distances. And then we could go back to depending for hybrid in October and probably into December of 23, given weather conditions. And so if there's any other comments or concerns on the dates, open it up for discussion, Sarah.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Any questions or comments on the dates proposed? Okay, not hearing any. So with that, we can look to a motion on the meeting dates.
Thank you. The motion would be to approve the board meeting dates as presented. Do I have a mover? Kevin, seconder?
Samir.
Samir, all in
Hold on.
favor?
Just a second, guys. The proposed board orientation is an or, not a and. Is it supposed to be? Are we supposed to select a date for that? For January?
We could bring that back up.
Yeah, let's just pull that up one more time.
Yeah, that first one here. Proposed orientation
Oh,
is Monday or Tuesday. Should we pick one?
I do believe, and I'm going to get Carolyn to chime in here. I think last time it was a one-day orientation, and we are trying to figure out what works better.
Day.
Yes, please pick a date.
Did you want them to pick a date right now, or was that something that was going to be sent out after?
No, if possible, if they can choose a date now, that would be great.
Okay. Do we want to do a poll? Do we want to do what works for choosing the date? Or I can choose the first one and see if it works for everyone. And Dorina, have we maybe lost Dorina as well? I know she was saying she was having some technical challenges. Oh, perfect. So why don't we do that? Why don't we see if so the first date was Monday, January the 23rd. Can we hear just opposition? Does that date not work for anyone? Seeing Elsa. Okay. What about January 24th? That's the other date. Does that date not work for anyone?
So maybe
Okay, I'm not seeing any. So then it would look like the second date is the winner. So that makes, let me just pull it up so that I've got the right one. So we would then have Tuesday, January 24th being the board orientation date.
Okay. And with that date, a new date specified, then the motion carries.
Thanks for pointing that out,
Perfect.
Derek.
Yes, thank you for catching that. Okay, so that confirms that piece. And I'm going to actually let Stephen close things out for us for the end of agenda.
Okay, and I want to remind everybody that the committee chairs and vice chairs elections will take place at the end of the next meeting today, or next meeting tomorrow. And want everyone to bring their thoughts towards excellent meeting today, excellent discussion. And I think, Sarah, we're going to, we won't do the time steering until the end of the day tomorrow, if that's okay with everybody. And because it looks like we've got 2 full days scheduled. So, and with that, I want to thank everyone for their ideas again for today. And Sarah, thank you very much for facilitating today. You did a great job.
Thank you to everyone, and we will see folks tomorrow at 9:15.